There we go. We're back. We have returned from your first away mission. We are all back at East Academy. Last couple of sessions have been catching up with other students, attending a festival, having some pretty important conversations with Crescent, with the headmistress. It has been a bit of a roller coaster of a week, ending up with one close combat encounter with the very first combat encounter I think you guys had, unless you want to count Dafer versus Caliban, which I suppose you could. And you did win. It was a little closer than the first time, especially since they had an extra member. And yeah, I guess we sort of ended with the thawing of some relationships, Mistel and Clara, after Mistel sort of had a bit of a heart-to-heart with Caliban as well. I believe we're starting off on the morning of the Saturday, unless someone has something super urgent they wanted to throw in for Friday evening. I know some of you are injured, so if you want to spend hit dice and stuff, you certainly can. Now you would have had a short rest one way or another, so.
Scrubbing last VOD to see what my hit points were.
I think I'm down to 1 because I got knocked out.
There's me at like half.
I'm using 2 because I don't want to impact my. I want to be able to fully regenerate my hit die by the end of next week.
I used all of my hit dice to heal after doing my little plant shop of love. So I'm at 6 HP until our next big long rest. So Adhira is still looking tired.
Shit, 1 second. Yeah, Friday. I'm first you get 1d8 on that. Should be noted.
Yeah, extra d8 from Dafer.
6, 12.
I'm gonna use my 2 hit dice over 2 days, so the next one is the next day.
Yeah, I'm gonna spend 2 of mine, I think.
Oof.
Middle.
4. Oh, I suppose it's about half.
Yeah, it's not that bad.
1d8 for you as well, Samara, and for you.
Okay. Nice.
Man, I've only got 3 hit die.
I do have some spare, I just don't imagine getting into more trouble. That's probably a grave mistake, but I'm gonna say it.
I mean, me too. The issue is more I don't want to, I could spend all of mine as well. I just don't.
You're just trying to get the most
would
efficient
be-
d8s. Yeah.
Not just that.
Oh.
It would also, if I use all of mine, that would mean next week I start with only half my HD.
That is true.
The fact that you only get half your hit die per long rest back is what throws me off there.
Inconvenient.
Here we are. The struggles we go through. Sounds like no one had anything particular for Friday, so I guess Saturday morning you wake up.
I might have something, but I need to double check something.
Okay, we'll flash back to it at that point if you do.
Yeah, that's fine.
Saturday morning, you wake up, whenever you do, to the sound of conversation between several of the Year 2 students. Louis and... oh my god, I've forgotten his partner's name off the top of my head. Verity. Louis and Verity are talking with a newspaper led between them. Delphin is in one corner reading another copy of the exact same newspaper. And then the rest of the other Year 2 students are all sort of gathered around the breakfast bar and seem to be also discussing a specific page that's been pulled out and is led on the breakfast bar table at present. I don't know who would come out first to this site, but for the first time I think you've ever woken up on a Saturday, everyone is here.
What are the early risers in this group? I think
I'm usually up second, but I'm never normally up first.
I think it's Dafer or Uther.
I think it kind of alternates, like, who's first and who is, like, third.
Yeah. You both, Dather and Uther,
Okay,
can
so-
come out together if you'd like.
Look up, boys.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, the two of you kind of walk out into this. It's too many people talking at once for it to sort of make sense. There's like 3 different conversations going on, and they're all sort of murmuring over the top of one another, like stepping out into a babbling brook.
I think Dafer would take a second to assess the situation and have like a surprised look on his face. What's this about? Sees the newspaper page on the table, grabs it, skims it over, speed reads it using his. Don't actually. Does his feature give him speed read abilities?
I don't think so. So the first line, like the headline on the article is Centrum Empire opens borders first time in a millennia.
I think Dafer, not having been that deeply into politics, doesn't actually realize the implications of this. I think he just.
As your eyes continue to skim down, you see just like certain words stand out to you. You see delegation from the Central Empire, talks with Council of Judges. Centrum Empire reports 10 automatons reactivated under own, basically by themselves without outside interference. 3 destroyed at cost to Centrum Empire, rest heading south. And you also see Centrum Empire proposes cooperation between Empress City and the Centrums.
Could you repeat that about the automata? So automata woke up. I assume the automata are nothing that we know of.
They're the things your village. That's what they scavenge through. These big mechs that are all inert. And it takes, your entire village to crack one of these things open over the course of months and strip the parts out. 10 of them have self-activated.
So given I am fairly familiar with automata, like what are the size of these things?
I'm just trying to think of like a real world comparison I can give you. They can vary between the size of a van and something more like a lorry, like the full 18-wheeler type thing. They are biomechanical, like spider arachnids with firearms, missile pods, very mech style, basically automatic mechs.
Someone's
Where
freaking
have they activated?
What was that? Where did they reactivate?
Yeah.
If you head up into Trismere, you go right into the Vangi. If you go north really, really far, there's a little peninsula to the right-hand side of the Centrum Empire. Here, there is a frozen wasteland that contains the largest amount of automatons that the Empire basically salvages a lot of. It is there that the 10 activated. 3 of them went towards the Empire and were destroyed at great cost to the Empire's military forces. The other 7 have gone south and may be heading either towards the Vangi territories, or if they continue heading due south, they'll end up in the sort of loose federation of eastern trade cities that basically that's where all the like samurai style culture comes from. The katanas, where it ends up in the eastern trade cities that you guys know of Haven and Ostwall. They're sort of like much further east than Empress is.
Hmm?
At least that's what the newspaper says as you're reading it.
Okay, let me check. Since we have the map. Oh, it's this tiny, far-off island, basically northeast of Heaven's Pillar.
Not the island, further east. So there's like a land connection between the Centrum Empire, and then it goes all the way down towards where the Vanki is. There's like an arm on the right-hand side.
Oh,
That's where.
Okay. Huh?
It's probably about this time that like Clara reappears.
Mm-hmm.
This is a lot of excitement for this early in the morning.
I silently I think Dafer's face is somewhat stony given the. I mean, he has inspected some of those missile silos, I assume.
Yes.
So that shit's terrifying. Like, he just hands her the article as he mulls it over, stone-faced.
I see. You know about these things, right?
I've seen them.
Ooh.
What?
I'm not sure. Is that just... No, that can't just be me, otherwise you wouldn't say what.
No. Yeah.
Sorry, so you're breaking up. It's like a staccato on-off.
That was a very fascinatingly ominous sound.
It was, yeah. It's like,
Oh my god.
It's like, Dave, you know about these things, just breaks.
Never mind, I'm sorry I asked.
Okay.
Can't hear you.
This input sensitivity was a bit rough.
It's all good.
We have a few of those in outskirts of Dulacop. We strip them for parts. They are. I'm not. I guess I'm surprised to got to that. Just take out 3 of them, but I'm also not surprised that they're getting bad.
Sorry, buddy. It's hitting us again.
Oh god.
Anytime David goes to talk about it, his voice turns into a robot. It's interesting. It's some sort of cosmic. Still the same.
Oh, it's bad, buddy. It's
Yeah.
Is that a
bad.
connection thing?
Well, you
I
said
don't know what that is.
It sounds like the mic's
I'm
turning off and on.
What the fuck?
It seems fine.
Okay, you're here now.
Okay. Where were we? Yeah, we have a few of those back out in Dulacop. Deactivated, mind you. Strip them for parts usually. But
Have you ever heard of one activating by itself?
No.
Possible.
If any of those activate by themselves, that's newsworthy. A lot of those are reason enough that they could wipe out settlements on their own, with not too much effort. So, is everyone just silent, or is my mic on my headphones?
No, you're good.
No, we're listening.
Everyone's silent at present. Yeah, you see some of the year 2 students, sort of like Louis and Verity, are talking about one section of the article that talks about the Centrum Empire wanting to either purchase or exchange airships with the Empire for materials or whatever because they believe that they will be effective against the automatons. There's some discussion in the article about whether this is a ploy. It talks about whether the Central Empire reactivated the automatons in order to try and create this esoteric threat, but then it kind of goes on with like, well, they've been quiet for all this time. Like the article sort of goes back and forth talking about different people's viewpoints, different experts, different individuals they've pulled in. But yeah, there's a lot packed in here that's probably been going on for the last week or two quietly behind the scenes.
That actually puts the mission to the nearer the Vangulands into perspective to some degree.
That'd be would the automatons? Surely the automatons wouldn't be able to get from Central Empire to the Vanguard that quick.
Yeah, it's a really big distance. They are quick, but you know they're not.
That still looks like months.
Yeah, it would take a few weeks for a train that non-stop to make that distance. So, yeah, there is some distance still.
However, there is very little that actually can kill these things outside of concerted effort, so the chance that they eventually hit civilization is high.
They will eventually reach someone. It will be someone's problem one day.
I think Dafer would sit down eventually near Verity, Lewis, and so on, and just listen in on the conversation for the most part. Eventually chime in with, okay, who you think is going to get hit first by these?
Louis sits for a moment and says, I just don't know how these things work. It could be that they'll split up equally whenever there's a change of direction that's possible. Or they could take the quickest path to whatever they've set as a destination. Automatons are funny things. I mean, the Gadfellows only do exactly what you tell them to and not really much else. These things, they're far more complicated. Who knows what they're thinking? If they're thinking.
I don't think Dafer would have had. I think like Dafer has had exposure to these automatas and their material, but I think he might have lacked the necessary expertise to judge this kind of thing. At the time, at least.
Yeah,
So, yeah.
I think you would know more about what it takes to crack one open. You know the bits and pieces that are inside of it. You know the parts that can be sold for a lot of money. You don't exactly know the function of all these bits and pieces inside of it, though.
Yeah,
I guess, yeah,
makes sense. Oh my good lord.
And
for now, I think it makes
though.
What was that, sorry, Uther?
10 at once is a little suspicious, though.
Yes.
Not saying that they specifically are doing something just weird that, one activating here and there is probably not unheard of, but 10's a lot.
Uther.
I'm not too...
Are you reading through the article as well, like picking up and taking a look?
Yeah.
Or, give me an investigation check. Picking up like the full paper, skimming through, there are some supplementary articles on basically on and around this same topic. So like the front page is the like big ambassadors come to Empress City, like, possible friendly relations with the Centrum Empire, the enemy that's kind of been in waiting this whole time. As you go further back, you do find some accounts from Centrum soldiers, from the Centrum military, of tracking these things. It does state that 10 of them have activated. They didn't exactly activate all at once. However, 10 have activated together. And as you continue to read, as far as as the military reports, they are basically impervious to most of the weaponry the Centrums were using against it. Non-magical weapons don't affect these things. The only reason they were able to destroy 3 of these automatons before they reached major population centers is they were decommissioning some of their dreadnought battleships, had pulled them onto land, and the shells they use in that have like a magical material to them. They basically use the ships, like the battleship's cannons, to blast them almost point blank range on the ground.
That's sick, though.
That is sick. But that's how they took the 3 out.
So now, does it sound like one activated, it reactivated another, those 2 reactivated another, or does it just sound like they just a weird happenstance and a bunch kicked on near the same time?
It seems like the automatons physically look very similar to each other. There's like 2 kinds of variants other than the fact that they can vary in size. There's a more arachnid style and a more scorpion style. One of the scorpion type ones activated first, and then after that fact was 9 of these the spider ones. 3 spider type automatons moved towards Centrum Empire. The scorpion and the rest of these more spider automatons have headed south.
Do they have a leadership hierarchy?
So there are some discussions that there are some experts weighing in saying so basically these automatons are created during the era of grief for a war. Records have been lost as to who made them, why, what they were fighting. All of that was destroyed because fighting these things, it was perhaps one of the most calamitous events that occurred. What is known is some of them are able to self-replicate. It is also known that the ones that can self-replicate do tend to be protected by swarms of ones that can't. So it could be that this scorpion one is one that's able to create copies of itself, and or maybe even create copies of the spider ones to then protect it or something like that. Oh, am I breaking up? Or is that?
No.
Okay.
ISO's got to reset his shit.
Okay. Sorry, ISO. I'm afraid it seems just like your end. But yeah, that's the situation. That's what, like, so basically they don't know, but it is possible.
Well, that's horrific. Well, peace talks are great. That's this other part, not so great.
The impetus, maybe not.
So it's probably less than willing negotiation. Someone's very desperate.
Seth kind of leans back in his chair and sighs and says, Empress City is the leading manufacturer of magical weaponry and goods. Crystalm, and I guess now amber, is some of the most abundant possible material for it. Dafer, yes, due to your shells, your weapons do count as magical.
Woo.
So yeah, they've been forced to come to the table. Not that I blame them.
I think around this point, Adhira will wake up, walking out of her room slowly, just stifling a yawn, eyes not even fully open. There's a lot of you here this morning. Good morning.
The world's on fire.
What?
Yeah.
And Tamara says,
She's going.
I would have gone for when it rains, it really fucking rains.
I think the word you're looking for is pause.
I like mine better.
Each to their own.
She's gonna wipe at her eyes and walk forward and pick up the newspaper.
I'm just going to rattle off a list of relevant pages.
Oh. I see.
Yeah, it's front, second, third, fourth page news. It's bad.
Adhira, please give me an investigation check as well.
I was wondering if I might have knowledge on this.
Nope. 6. It's not knowledge you have, but there is an article that catches your attention. Not so much in that it talks about the Central Empire, but it talks about Laments. As you're reading through it, it discusses the fact that Laments is most likely immune to this issue. Whether the automatons reach the desert or not, the Guardians are in fact equipped to deal with such a threat. There are some historical documents that prove the automatons never made it into the desert there. In fact, you can find automaton remains pretty much anywhere on the continent apart from where you're from, Adhira. Historically, that is believed to be because of the Guardians. There is an article that talks about the one destroyed Guardian and the potential for analyzing it, for using it, for perhaps finding a way to counteract these things.
I know about a Guardian's destructive capabilities.
Yeah.
How much do I know about their sturdiness? Because they've been around for forever. So
Adhira, until recently, they were believed to be indestructible.
Ooh. That makes it even worse that one has managed to fall apart.
One was destroyed. Let's be clear.
Ooh.
They did not fall
By-
apart. It was.
Do we
broken.
know by what?
You know why by what? Yes. It was by the miasmic that made it to the desert that destroyed it.
Yes.
One particularly dangerous divergent miasmic with it you've not heard any further news about.
Okay, well that's still good.
The the story at the time was it was something incredibly fast that no one had particular time to get any information on it. It basically blasts straight through the center of the Guardian, and left.
She's going to shake her head and hand the newspaper back to Uther. Well, maybe with some luck, and I don't want to sound blasphemous, but they can utilize something from the Guardian that had its life taken to help counteract this. Or maybe they'll get lucky with magical weaponry. I think she sort of ponders these automatons for a little bit in silence. She's only ever known the Guardians. These things are new. They're strange, almost alien. She'll do that as she wakes up.
Yeah, I mean, as you all sort of wake to the article, give it a read, slowly but surely, the conversation dies down. People start to peel off into having a weekend. With this looming at the back of their mind, they head off to do whatever it is they want to do. Is there anything anyone would like to do on their Saturday?
Oh no, I saw.
I'm sure it'll be back. Whatever problems.
Once Adhira is woken up, put on her makeup, all of her other vanity,
Okay.
she is
I'm
going to
joining
knock
the
on Claw.
Sorry,
Okay.
Isa. You right?
I'm joining via phone now. This is ridiculous.
I got you. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah,
She's
sorry.
going to knock on Clara's door.
Oh, Tira, do you need something?
I was just hoping to ask you for your wisdom for a little bit. Advice.
You asking for advice? I think, strangely, this worries me more than the alternative.
It shouldn't. What would the alternative be?
You not asking for advice, which is the usual, I think.
Okay, well, it's not going to be that bad.
Oh god, it's going to be bad. Carry on.
She walks in, lets herself in, turns and sits on the edge of Clara's bed. Now, let's say there's a boy that I like.
Translation: there's a boy that you like. Carry on.
Squint.
Look, if you want my wisdom, you need to not be shady about the question.
Noted. How would I ask Andres out? How does one do this? How would you do this?
No offense, Adhira. I was sort of under the impression you were already going out.
Really?
I don't know if you know this about boys, but it would be a little bit strange for one of them to be in your bedroom painting your ceiling for a week. Were you not going out?
I don't know. It doesn't feel like anything that has been made, official or whatnot. It's just I saw
Okay.
him do...
Let's just pretend I'm Empress. What would you like to say to him?
I don't know. I feel confident up until the point I think about it, and then there is this feeling in my chest that just eats me up.
Terminus sat on
Okay.
beside you says, "That's decay."
Shush you.
Jumps off of the bed before you can swat him.
My relationship, much like an EK, needs a title. Oh.
Okay, alternative question. What do you want to happen?
I would like to start, officially going steady, going out on, weekly dates, dinners, the nicer things.
Okay, might I interest you to the sentence, Andres, I was wondering if you would like to go on a date.
That seems too easy.
Look, I hate to say this, because I have a sort of reputation to uphold as a person who knows things and navigates social situations. I'm of very little help here. You almost certainly have more experience in this department than I do. I didn't date when I was younger. I wasn't... Well, I'm not going to say wasn't allowed, but it would have been a big thing. And so I didn't. I sat in my room and read poetry and pined. I'm probably not the best person to ask.
The girl considers this for a moment, and then... Were you one of those families where the parents pick out who you would be with?
I don't think my father would have ever done that. He certainly didn't for my brother. My brother dated. Frequently, to my memory. but it was always a thing. It's like, imagine if the top rank EK got into a relationship, it would make all the newspapers. People would be questioning if that's going to distract them from their job. Some people would approve and say it's cute, others would say, I don't think they're right for them. But I would choose someone more like this, as if they have any say in it. That's what it would have been like, so I just didn't. Not that I didn't want to. I suppose not that I don't want to now, but I wouldn't really know how.
Is there a boy that you like? Come.
No. Maybe? I don't know.
Huh. So there's a little confusion after all.
Well, I don't know if... I don't know what liking someone is supposed to feel like. I know what it sounds like when people put it in songs or perform it in plays or write it in a ballad, but I don't know what that feels like.
Well, if there's anything to learn from this, when it starts making you feel anxious and, as they say, butterflies in your chest, then maybe you're on the mark. But
I don't know if I would generalize that far. I feel that way when I look at the slimes.
That's
well,
okay.
when you look at the person, when you look at a person and you feel that, that would be a sign.
Okay, that makes markedly more sense. The point is, the one piece of actual advice I can give is I think you're overthinking it. It's fairly apparent that you two feel the same way about each other. The only thing I will say is, I think Andrus probably has some hang-up about the whole thing. Not because he doesn't like you, but for the same reason that... It's the same thing that I'm talking about. It's... stuff like that when you have ideals to live up to. It makes you think whether you really deserve it. Whether that's something that's meant for you, or if that's meant for everyone else, and you just have to suck it up and get on with the rest of your life and what you're supposed to do. But that's something you won't know if you don't have the conversation. It's also something you can't navigate unless people are willing to talk about it. So go and have the conversation and talk about it.
I see. I see. She's going to hop up from the bed and just sort of give Clara a quick little hug. Thank you for being such a smart and wise friend.
Flattery will get you everywhere, Attila.
I know it will. Also, little aside, I assume you're wanting to go for the third mission as well on our little dossier.
I think it would be best. It makes sense to me to do something a little bit closer to home after our giant excursion last time. But also, I won't lie and say I don't have personal stakes in this. I, for better or worse, am the reason that one of the former Glomide associates is still in the school. It feels like I would be doing myself a disservice if I didn't push for that one. Never mind Crescent. Also, I want to work with Axel again. Axel's cool.
Axel is fun. He is very cool. I would just like to get back out there and deal with those people again. They've, well, after the room blowing up, they've sort of made it personal. But my point is, if you hear any word about whoever's taking mission number 2, they're going to that river and dealing with the, well, chance of dealing with that one Somnic, would you let me know?
I'll keep my ear to the ground. I'm not sure I'm going to hear anything, but I'll keep an ear out, just in case.
Thank you.
Welcome as always.
And she'll leave.
in the communal area where most of the year twos are sort of not evacuated, but that's the word that came to mind. Left. Axel walks in, kind of looks around, spots you, Uther, kind of walks over and says, "Assume everyone's seen the news."
Yeah.
Certainly
10 at
has.
once.
Well, wouldn't want things to be simple. Speaking of which, Headmistress said you had something you wanted to look into, a warehouse.
Yes.
Do you know when you
I
want
don't. I don't. I don't know if it's directly related to our Glomide problem. It's related to an additional problem in the city, though.
Well, if it's a problem we can sort out, then we should get it done whenever we can. You let me know when you're ready. My weekend is suspiciously free, and I imagine that's why.
That is suspicious.
Otherwise, if you can't make this weekend, you let me know and I'll try and push the time aside.
Okay.
If I can't make it, I'll give your class right of shadow. You'll have my authority. But I won't be there, so be careful. What's wrong with
It's just a concern I have. Oh, well, if you're willing to go that far, I feel more need to be more upfront with I've been following a couple of breadcrumbs, and it's with the recent robbery of a train going to Dulacop.
Yes.
There's also been a nasty habit that doesn't get talked about a lot of there are shipments to and from Dulacop that are coming out a little light. And I know that our side wouldn't try to
Skim.
Right. So I have it on a pretty good authority that it's a matter of someone with a little bit more protection than they should have.
Uther, you don't need to give me a name, but do you have a contact in Dulacop who's feeding you information?
Why would I do that?
This is a lot of know-how for someone who's been in classes, and I know the clock in and clock out times. I mean, you certainly could skip curfews, Uther. I know that you'd be able to get over the wall. It's just, I don't think
I'm
you
going to
have...
go and get a few newspaper clippings that Uther has been gathering to have evidence and just independent research. I don't get out much.
He looks through it and nods and says, sorry, I wanted to understand where this was coming from, but I see it's you. He nods.
That would be a very interesting accusation to make.
Well, you said you wanted to share more. However,
yes,
are.
yes, but it
Stumbling.
is a selfish thing. That's why I was very hesitant to we'll use right of shadow and all that. No. Hold on. This is the paranoid ramblings of someone who needs to get out more.
Look, your personal thing could still well be tied to ours, right? The smuggling things is more than in the repertoire of the Glomite. I am...
That's part of why I wanted to bring it up at all. It's just there's so much going on, and it's either it's all connected or we have more factions doing things.
Puts a hand on your shoulder and just says, "We're all in this together, one way or another. Don't worry about me helping you out. I'm your instructor, but I'm also your colleague. Will be more so one day."
Which is why I don't want you to get in trouble overstepping anything.
Trust me, I'm used to being in trouble. But thanks for your concern. I'll leave you to it. Oh, and your class still owes me their decision by next Wednesday on where you're going at the end of the month. And he sort of like...
From the bits and pieces I've gathered, I think we want the quote-unquote light one.
Raises an eyebrow.
I think a couple of them are sick of travel for a bit.
Yeah, well, trains are always so cramped. And then he kind of turns and heads out the front door.
Salvaged it.
Managed to escape the spy allegations by a hair's breadth.
Yes, so close to being called a spy.
Me, a spy? No. That would be bad.
Look, I might have the mask of someone who is a spy, but I'm not a spy.
You cannot prove I'm a spy.
I just look like one.
Yeah, so that conversation happens. Axel would have been very careful to make sure that it was only you two there if he was talking to you.
Yeah.
So if there was someone else in that space, he would have pulled you over to a corner to talk to you or something.
Yeah.
Other than the last bit where he talks about out loud the mission bit, he would have said that kind of out loud as he was leaving the room. But yeah, he heads off back towards the central building. Is there anyone who wants to do anything in particular?
Given it is a Saturday, I believe it is food preparation time.
Yes.
At which point, I think Dafer would try himself in some more Sumerian culture. He has a bunch of spices and tries to make this rather simple pasta with meat-based sauces that are more orientally spiced, I guess.
Okay, so yeah, something a bit more spice, something that's like, a little different to your usual, very heavier dishes, I suppose. Yeah.
I think it's more often it's a lot more experiment. Okay, it's a lot more experimental this time because it's not in any way related to his home cuisine or a riff off something that is his home cuisine.
Okay. Yeah, trying something new.
Actually, let me for myself, since it would be something very new to me. I feel like for myself, I would make.
You want to give me a check? Yeah.
Comes out a lot better than I anticipated.
Yeah, working with new spices, working with a new cuisine, as it were, but your time in the cooking club and, Delphin sort of pushing you a little at the beginning there has kind of paid off. You experiment a little and you're not sure what it is you end up with, Dafer. Like, you don't have a name for it. You're like, I use some stuff that I think goes together. It tastes good. Like, it's sort of your, like, end result, and you're like, win.
I have a recipe. I don't know what it is. Oh! I think at some point, out of pure curiosity, I pull over, like, I think I taste it. I'm like, okay, I'm proud of this one. This is cool. And I bring over 2 portions to the dorm.
Yeah.
For Clara and Adira, who might have more culinary knowledge of that regional of that cuisine. And I would ask both of them about it if they ever had anything like it.
So dishes for Clara and Adhira, yeah.
Yeah. So basically, I just knock on their doors, like, Adira.
Wow, popular today. Hello, Jafer.
Hey, experimented a bit. You essentially see me holding two plates with like pasta and said sauce, holding like one roughly up. I was experimenting a bit with some of the spice stuff I had, and I came up with this. I think this tastes good to me. I just don't really have a name for this stuff. So I thought maybe you were familiar more with something that goes that direction.
I can taste it and try and tell you, but I wouldn't expect miracles.
Just looking at it, do I have a sort of sense of familiarity?
Adhira, you recognize some of the ingredients. A portion of the spices are sort of from more your neck of the woods. Some of the ingredients you don't recognize, however, you think they might be more from like either the eastern trade cities, or they could be from Heaven's Pillar. You're not sure. You don't recognize them.
Looks familiar enough.
Is this your temp HP food, Dayfer?
Yeah, let's say it is.
Okay.
It's a good opportunity.
Yeah. In which case, I think you both get temp HP from eating it. I can't remember how much it is anymore.
1d4 plus 2.
1d4 plus 2. Okay. I think, Adhira, from your point of view, it tastes like slightly less spicy version of like a curry from where you're from, Adhira. Clara, you recognize some of the like root vegetables in here, but it's very different to anything you would have ever sort of seen before. The spices are from somewhere completely different.
I think this is what they call fusion, Dafer.
So just so not related to anything you're familiar with.
I recognize the vegetables, but the spices are like nothing I've ever had. I suppose it might be different here. I'm guessing you recognize the spices and not the vegetables.
I mean, I've been given those, so yeah. But I've not had much chance to experiment with this, so I'm not familiar with any of the food culture surrounding them. I should look into that at some point.
Pretty good. I'd say it's very similar to some of the curry I've had back home. Would need maybe a little more spice, but don't burn your tongue. Good
Definitely
work.
not bad.
Curry,
I'd have it again.
Okay.
Good work, Dafer.
Curry, you say? That actually might be a decent inspiration. I think I'll look into that a little bit more next time, see if I can get any ideas or refine that a little bit.
Now, Dafer had a hard time with spices before, right? Like,
yes.
Which is
it's such a beautiful foil for somebody who cooks.
He's I think he did eat something last time without burning the roof of his mouth off. So he's like maybe building up a slow tolerance over time.
How much of that is him? How much of that is his shell?
That depends.
And here's going to give him a pat on the shoulder as she moves past and then turns and stops. By the way, I was about to ask. I had to ask Clara, and let me ask you if you find out anything more about whatever team takes the second mission. If we don't take it, would you be able to let me know?
One second. Second mission? What?
The
You mean the...
yes.
I was mostly on board with the Glomite one. I would not mind if we stay away from ghost-related missions as far as possible.
No argument here. I think a good number of our team saw the mission involving the Glomide and, as they say, lasered in on it.
Yeah, I think in terms of whoever takes that second mission, I'd be pretty much on board with supporting them. It's not like we have too much to do to prepare for the Glomite, and the more successful the people dealing with that mission are, the better. The less we need to deal with that.
I agree. I'm just looking to strike a potential bargain.
I didn't think of that one. That's actually a pretty good point. Let me know if you find out who gets that mission. I can offer some level of room services, or just supply some of the might Empress might apparatus that I designed.
Of course.
Oh, I kind of forgot we could trade with other classes. Do you think anyone's going on a mission to somewhere they could get a slime?
That is entirely a possibility. Slimes are everywhere, aren't they?
New friend, new friend.
Ah,
I think they would look slightly bewildered at Clara's priority on that one.
our party is eventually going to be known not as like the strongest party, but the party that's the most financially lucrative. Like, you can always do business with him, strike a deal.
I thought we was gonna be
It's also so fucking nice. Like, we're all weirdos in one aspect or another, which is the funny bit.
I don't think you can be an EK and be normal. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I was about to say the first name. What about blank? And the first name that came to mind was Seth Cole. I'm like, Is tomorrow also a free day?
Sunday is a free day as well. Yeah, you're no longer beholden to your prove yourself Sundays, so you have Sundays to yourself.
Okay, then I will look out for Andres for the rest of the day. Like, sort of like look to him and then spend idle time at the garden or working in the workshop. But anyone else who has stuff can go first.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
I would recruit 2 people from the dorm for carrying stuff to the stock. Whoever that ends up being.
Yeah, is anyone in your class? I don't know if anyone from the party wants to help carry stuff for Dafer.
I could volunteer.
You could probably
We
grab
have one tribute.
Andres as well for that. He would probably he'd chip in if you want.
Good.
Little date idea, eh?
Yeah, that sounds good.
Okay.
She says,
Breath.
rising on her face.
So the
Atira, one thing. Atira, do you want me at some point to mysteriously be occupied very far away?
She opens her mouth to retort, and just it closes, opens, closes before she nods in shame. I would not mind.
All good. I think I'll have my hands full with the kids anyway. Thank you for helping me with this, by the way.
Of course.
Tira, you're able to find Andrus as you sort of like run out to grab him to assist. He'll kind of walk over and just say, "Oh yeah, of course I can help. I assume you saw the news."
The news about the automatons?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's worrying everyone in our dorm.
Well, one thing at a time. Surprised to hear the
Yeah.
year twos are worried though.
Well, as one of them said, when it rains, it rains.
I think you mean poor.
Not familiar with common sayings as much.
I suppose it probably doesn't do that much where you are.
No, it really doesn't. Like what, maybe twice a year?
That can't be right. He kind of like looks at you. Twice?
We conserve a lot of water. We have specialized structures that pull the water from the atmosphere and condenses it down.
Huh. Nods as he's walking along.
So, if you ever go there, pack plenty of water.
Well, I can conjure water.
There's a spell.
I don't know.
Just, you see the face of Desert Girl who has lived like most of 19 years, suddenly realizing if there's a spell that can just make water.
He puts his hands together, like, almost like cups them, and then when he opens his hands up, he has a chunk of bread in one hand, and the other hand is like filled up to the brim with like just fresh drinking water.
She looks in on horror and like awe. That would have changed everything in her life.
Yeah. Sadly, the bread's not very good. He kind of like bites a chunk out of it and chews on it.
I mean, if you always carried like, a lot of places have it, but we always had oil that went with bread. Maybe you could just carry around a little bottle of oil.
Yeah, I mean, I can't conjure oil.
Well, no, that's why you have a bottle that pre-made dipping oil.
I hate carrying things. Wait, what are we doing?
Hey, got you, sucker.
Perfect.
Oh, that sent me.
The three of
We're
you.
carrying things.
The three of you grab the food, the fusion curry that has been made, and make your way towards the church. As you're walking, Andrus will say, "This is I knew there was a church in the district. I just didn't think it was still in use."
She tries to think of the best way to put this. I wouldn't say it's fully used for religious services.
Yeah, it's just a place where a community gathers in this case.
Oh, it's not a congregation to the goddess. Those get rarer and rarer, I hear.
I'm not too familiar.
I mean, there were lots of people who still got together, read scripture, records of things she actually said. Not so much anymore, though. It's more of a historian thing than a faith thing.
Sort of surprises me a little.
It surprises me too. I mean, and everywhere you go, everything you read, people are like, "Oh, it's what the goddess would want. It's what we need to do for the goddess." But no one really, well, some get together and you know, give thanks, but it's sort of just been, I guess it's more cultural than anything now.
We encountered someone who was, well, from what Clara told us afterwards, they were very reverent of the goddess. Maybe they went to a congregation once.
He glances off to one side. He's got that look in his face where he's like remembering something from quite a while ago, and then he kind of looks back at the both of you and says, in my experience, people who act that way, you're just using it as an excuse. They don't really mean what they say. They just feel like it justifies them.
Pretty sure it's just... Yeah, I think you're right.
You guys get to the church, open it up, head inside. People are mostly, you know, expecting this by now, Dayfra, knowing that you're back. Some people are on hand to take it off you. They thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Bunch of kids, you know, swarm around your legs, dangling off your arms and stuff. Andres seems a little like, I think, spooked at first, but when he sees, you know, like all the happiness and the community, he sort of softens up a little bit, but still pulls his scarf up around his face, so it's just like the eyes and the hair sticking out, almost like a barrier between him and other people that he sort of puts up. But yeah, he seems interested, looking around, helping out. Is there anything in particular you guys want to do while you're there? Or?
Do I see any sign of Matron?
No, you know she's normally obviously deep down under. She only came up last time to see Dayfra because obviously he'd been gone for a while and she, you know, wanted to greet his return. So no, as you're looking around at Tira, she's probably deep underground. Well, not deep underground, but below the church.
She's outwardly going to keep the kids busy, you know, try and put a smile on their face, shove them little tricks with, like, running a coin on her hand, you know, just helping keep their mind off of hardship. Inwardly, she is going to try and not stress test, but test her spiritual awareness and feel for clues as to what the matron is bound to. See if there's like anything in the air that changes in this area.
Give me a wisdom check.
It was so much easier when where is wisdom? When there's a city of this thing. 12.
You take a moment, you close your eyes, and you kind of reach out the same way you did in that underground city. Stood in the walls of this church, there is an echo of all the people that have been here before. You kind of tap into, for a moment, the 1,000 years of history that are kind of constrained within these walls. You can feel the fear at the loss of the goddess. You can feel all that sort of contained in the stonework, and yet around you, in the air of the church, in the people around you, that you don't feel. You don't feel fear and pain. You feel community and hope and happiness and belonging. But there is this... There's like a counterweight at the bottom of it. Something that keeps it steady. Like a huge blossoming ball of happiness and joy that is in someone's chest, in the way that they laugh, in their lungs, in their breath, in their smile. And yet when you follow it down, there's this thin connection to a pit in the stomach, and that sits below this church. a fear, a grief, a pain that makes it all possible, that sort of like keeps this happiness in this community in place and protected. Whatever she is down there, it is not something that is happy, it is not something that is joyous, but it craves happiness and joy. You can't put a finger on it, but it's there.
I think she pulls away, deeply unsettled.
Opening your eyes up, you see where two kids have kind of bumped into each other. One of them's on the floor rubbing his head. The other one has scuffed his knee on the ground. You see Andrus kneel down, put his hand over the knee, take his hand away, the injury gone, and the kid sort of like blinking confused as he stands up and kind of turns to look at you and says, "You okay? You zoned out?"
I'm fine. I was just feeling around the place and ran into a feeling I didn't quite like.
He nods, says, "This is a lot of people. They seem to really like Dafer. I suppose he is feeding them."
Yes, he enjoys doing that. It's nice to see someone get so much joy out of just giving.
He does seem like a caring sort. Someone who worries.
I'm glad we have him on our team.
He can certainly take a hit.
Yes, that too. That is extremely important to me. Clara, Uther. You just see her like take a breath and let it out as sort of a reminder of her own her relative frailty hits her.
Not Caliban. I suppose he's rather untouchable. I barely see anything strike him in a fight.
Clara has used pretty fond of the term cockroach. Refuses to die.
I suppose that could be a term one could use.
It's affectionate, I think.
I suppose affection is in the tone, not the word.
So, I really liked coming out here. I met you and offered to help. I was wondering if maybe next week, on one of our 3 days, you would like to go out for dinner on a date?
Yeah, of course. If you didn't suggest something, I probably would have. Dinner sounds great, though. Do you have a place in mind, or should I...
I could find somewhere in Little Immense.
If we can't find anywhere, we can go anywhere and have a picnic, I suppose. He opens his hand and takes a bite of the bland bread he can conjure.
I could always bring oil.
I really don't think oil will fix it. It's so bland.
You haven't tasted the good oil yet.
You'll have to show me sometime. How about next weekend?
Sounds good.
You're nuts.
And I think as either one of them sort of walks away, like Adhira to herself is like, holy shit, Clara's right.
I would point out that technically you still haven't asked him if you are a couple. All you've said is, do you want to go on a date for food together?
I used the word date.
You did say date, which means you would be dating. Yes.
Mhm.
But that doesn't I don't think that necessarily puts a nail in the question of what you
Then
said
she is-
earlier.
Yeah.
She has ended up prolonging this.
Yes, she has. I am happy with my
And partially
middle ground.
it is my fault.
Yes. I just want to be super clear.
I'm fine with this.
Mhm.
I'm fine.
Um, The three of you head back out of the church, or unless Dafer, there was something you wanted to sort.
I think I'd likely stay back, and I think it's spend a decent amount of time also with the kids more general, playing with them, but also seeing if I can help any of them with, I don't know, something they're interested in, skill they're developing where I can apply something. Actually, we're trying to teach somebody to be more wisdom or intelligence related, or a mixture of both.
Hey, Clara, what stat would you say teaching is?
I think I think it's probably actually more of a wisdom-based skill. Like, if you have the knowledge, then the intelligence portion of it is kind of irrelevant.
Yeah.
It's more like making moment-to-moment decisions about what the next step should be.
Understanding
It's intuitive more than it is like
understanding the
scholastic.
student so that you can teach them, as opposed to knowing the thing which you would need to do to teach them anyway. So yeah, I think wisdom
like,
is fair.
if you already
I
know
agree.
the thing, it's definitely more of a wisdomy thing.
Yeah, I agree.
So just in general, Dafer would try to like spend time with the people there, see if he can support, teach, help in any way. I don't know what opportunities would arise, what the people there are working on themselves, or if they are working on anything themselves, if they're building on something. As
you're there, Dafer, they do have people come in like tutors. You can see some of the younger kids are being taught like the alphabet in one corner with blocks and books and things like that. Some of the older kids do on occasion have people come and teach them. You see, in particular, there's one girl, maybe about like 6 or 7. She's got quite short bob hair that's cut in a way that makes the hair sort of like hang straight down. It's dark brown verging on black, and her eyes contrast that super well. She's got like crystalline blue eyes. But she at present has this little if you ever seen like is it called like a decoder ring, where it's got like a series of symbols on it that you turn, and then you can like line it up with letters. Dafer, as you're looking at this thing that she's messing with and like looking quite puzzled by, you recognize it as being similar to the programming discs that they have in that they'd use the Robot Wars for, those like discs with the tappers with the runes on it, except it's like almost like a pre-programmed one. And you recognize some of the runes, especially because it's on like there's like a metal ring to it on there. If you wanted to, you could sit down and sort of explain what this thing is to her, because she seems interested in it, but she's kind of just turning it at random, looking quite puzzled by it at present.
I think he would. That's a specialty. He has knowledge he can impart on there, and if they have someone even remotely talented in or knowledgeable about runes, that would make a significant difference.
Yeah, you kneel down beside her. She looks at you, Dafer, and she says, "You're the food man."
Hey, yeah, I think we're just bringing some food around as well. Back where I this is who I go to. I also learn a bit about these things.
Yeah. She holds the disc up towards you. It's, about the size of it's kind of weird, but like about the size of a doll's head. But flatter. And there are several rings to it. One's metal, one's like wood, and they've all got different. And it looks like when you line them up correctly and you tap it, it changes the noise. Like, think of it like a cymbal on a drum kit that when you hit, and if you line up the symbols correctly, it plays a certain noise. Like it might go moo, or like other animal noises, or sound like just different noises. Basically, it's like a little noise wheel thing, like a toy. But it uses runes, and it's sort of there to teach like basic knowledge of how you can combine these runes together. She looks at you and says, "My friend had this, and he was tapping it, and it made noise like a dog, and I like dogs."
Oh. So if you did one thing, can you actually activate these things without a shell?
Yes, yeah, you can, yeah, because they're runes, they will.
Okay. Like, what would the activation mechanism of this be? Just if you align the runes, they automatically do something? Or
yeah. So as you're looking down at it, Dayfra, you can see that if you turn the rings the right way, it will make it so the disc will make a barking noise when you tap it, basically.
Okay. So if you align these runes like that, I do like a quick manipulation of the discs so they do exactly as intended. Then it does this sound, or the barking sound. Tapping it so it makes the barking sound.
Yeah. As you do it, she reaches for it and like excitedly grabs hold of it and like starts tapping it. It's like bark, bark. She's delighted by it. Like you watch her eyes light up. She looks at you and says, "But why doesn't it do it like this?" And she like turns the wheel to a point where it just wouldn't function anymore.
Because if you look at the lines here, the way this works is these two symbols together mean dog barking or making sound. So the world or these runes can only know that they are supposed to belong together if they're in this configuration.
Yeah. And she kind of like turns the wheel back and traces her thumb over the line of runes and says, "Like this says dog."
Yeah.
You see like a moment of thinking about it. Like she knows how to write the word dog. She starts to like, oh, it's like another language. Like you start to see the connection. So for a while she sits with you and she's just like, what does this one say? What is this, like, curiosity taking her over as she turns it, she taps it, and she gets, slowly happier. I don't think you need to roll. This is something that sort of like you awaken a curiosity here in this moment in this young girl. After spending a little while with her, she kind of sits down, turns it to the dog, makes it bark, turns it to a cat, makes it meow, and is like trying to like make a little sequence out of it, like turning the wheel, saying the name, turning the wheel, saying, like hitting them until she's like kind of getting into a rhythm of it. She looks at you and says, does the wheel, can it say my name? Does this, she's like looking at the different runes, it's like, is one of these me?
Not yet, but actually, what are the materials of this stuff? Is it anything that you could find like here, or would I need to bring something next week, or?
You'd have to bring something, yeah.
Okay. As for emitting sound, I'm pretty sure you can make a rune that makes you say something or emit some kind of sound. I'm not sure if you can make a rune that emits words, like specific words.
Yeah, you definitely. It would be very complex to basically shape out an object that said multiple syllables with one touch. But you could like get something to say a syllable and then make multiple of them to like hit individual ones. Like there's like a whole different, like 8 different ways that you can think of right now, Dafer, to sort of achieve the effect. But it would require you to bring some bits and pieces with you.
Okay. This here can't do it right now. However, I can bring some stuff next week, and then we can fiddle around with making our own.
Her eyes kind of widen. She smiles and she says, "We can make him say Fiona."
Did you say Fiona or Fiona?
Fiona.
Okay. Yeah, absolutely. You can also make it, for example, go a little bit warmer or a little bit colder, which can be really, really nice if, I don't know, it's really hot outside right now or really cold.
She's just like nodding enthusiastically. In fact, she has this little like coat thing on that she has, and she pulls out a pair of gloves, and she's like, "I like my gloves."
They look really neat. Sam, do I know anyone that would have any kind of expertise with runes on clothing, please?
Runes on clothing, not really. That's actually more of a like. That's something that people practice that nobles and other things tend to acquire more than the common folk, as it were. There is a history of like stitching runes into things. It could be something you yourself could look into if you wanted to. It's definitely more of a like, the further away from Empress you go, the more common it is for just random people to do stuff like that. Like, not random people, the everyday person to do stuff like that. Okay,
so I think correct me if I'm wrong here, but what it could be, for example, viable would be for Data to like learn some of the very rudimentary basics to like give her the tools to work with. That like to work on various materials that she's interested in, including like rune stitching. And if she's interested in that, she can expand on that herself, because like the fundamental and like the theory behind it, like the rune language itself,
is still the same.
Is still the same.
Yes.
But like the effects are very different on that. It all requires a lot of experimentation, so she can herself anyway.
Yeah, you absolutely can get this ball rolling, Dave, for sure.
Okay. You know how we use this plate here for stuff, and I will bring a few about that we can make our own things on. Bring things on. You can also put runes on clothing, like this, and then give them.
You watch her eyes go wide as she looks down at her feet, and she's like, bark shoes.
Yes, bark.
She kind of like slowly tilts her head up to you like, oh my god. Like, this is gonna be great.
I'll need I need a little bit of time to look a bit more into this, because I typically do stuff with metal. Like, I point out my gauntlets that have lots of runes on them, or my greaves that have lots of runes on them.
She holds out her hand about to like touch the gauntlet, but then she pauses. It's like something in her brain is like, no, you have to ask permission, and then like looks at you and says, can I feel?
Yeah, of course.
And she runs her hand over the runes on your gauntlets. She gets to the one that you are looking into, the one from your home. And she like runs her finger over it. She looks at you and she says, this one makes me feel safe. It reminds me of being at home.
it's one of the more important ones that I know. I only know how it works on metal. It's helped me a lot so far.
What's it mean?
The funny thing is, I'm not entirely sure myself. It's something about being. I think maybe tough. But I might be wrong on that. I'm still figuring that out.
She looks at you, sort of half surprised, and says, "There's stuff you don't know?"
There's lots of things I don't know, but I'm learning. I'm still learning more. Just like you.
She scrunches up her face for a second and kind of looks down at the little disc toy, and then she looks at you and says, "Then we'll learn together."
And I think I'd spend the rest of the time before I make my way back, just giving her like a small set of like just general runes that she might be interested in, and their translations of this means that, this means that, and so on, to give her like a basic vocabulary.
Yeah, easily done.
Mostly of the stuff you care about.
You sit with her a while until it's time for you to head back. But she would when it's time to leave, she kind of stands up and she says, "Thank you for teaching me, and thank you for the food."
Good, Fiona. I'll see you next week.
Oh, what's your name?
I'm Dacer.
Dafer.
Pleasure to meet you, Fiona.
Yeah.
I tussled her a little bit, and I believe that I go grab the various food boxes and make my way back. I assume Andres and the Hura likely made their way back, like, way earlier.
Probably sat on the steps outside the church, like talking kind of on their own or something like that. Loitering, like later teens are wont to do. Looks up at you as you are heading out. Says, "Done here, Dafer?"
One thing now. Is who are you talking right now?
Oh, this is Andres.
Oh, okay. I was like, what? Apologies. You didn't need to wait for me on this one. I think I might be in the future spending a little bit more time here after the food thing. I think I might have found another rune enthusiast.
A student?
I'm not sure I would call it student. It's not like I have that much to teach, but there is definitely someone interested in that.
Good to hear. You'll always find more reason to come back here more and more.
I mean, I already planned on. It's mostly just me, I think, using this to decompress. This is really nice. I like the people here. I don't know what it is.
I think it says a lot about someone that they would choose to help others as a way to de-stress.
Can I make an insight roll?
Yeah.
Or arcana or intelligence check?
What's the purpose?
Would the matron's continued existence below, not only like it's helping raise that sense of community, would it also affect Dafer?
You can give me
while
an insight.
he's there?
You can give me an insight check.
Okay. I don't know.
You're stuck in a chicken and the egg situation here, as you're like, she's creating a sense of community. Dafer likes community, therefore, and then it's like, but also she has some sort of magical spirit, so maybe it evokes a sense of community in Dayfur, which he he sort of like.
I think her brain just sort of goes to like some Stack Overflow error, and she just, I'm not gonna tell him. I'm gonna keep what I learned today to myself. I'm glad you found a little student.
I'll need to think on what to cook up for next week. I guess I'll need to think of that.
The three of you make your way back to the academy. Does anyone else got anything they want to do that Saturday?
I would.
Yes.
I'm gonna go check out the space that they have, I suppose, assigned to the Flan Club.
Yeah. There is a room on the second floor of the central building. Heading in there, you can see that at one point it was maybe like some sort of aquarium type thing. There's like that smell of water in here. All the tanks have been emptied out, so there's like a series of glass tanks in here. It's a pretty big space, you'd say, overall. Like a big central area that's completely devoid of anything. And then like these tanks around the outside. And there's a shelf that they're all sat on, so there's some space underneath all the different tanks and stuff. There is a big, almost like a whiteboard, chalkboard type thing at one end of the room. And at the other end of the room is a window that looks down into an area outside. You also know that there's like a outbuilding type thing that has been put aside that used to contain a bunch of like sports equipment and stuff that's been pulled away because they're building new facilities for that. So it's like an old storeroom that used to keep, and like lacrosse sticks and things like that in it, right? So those are the two sort of spaces that you find, Clara, that have been given unto you.
I see. What are school rules on redecorating?
Mostly speaking, as long as it's not outlandish, rude or otherwise harmful to the reputation of the academy, do what you want.
Understood. I think then I'm going to I'm gonna go see if I can find Seth.
Oh yeah. Just walking around a little bit, asking a few people, they mentioned that they saw him with his sister. There's like a little picnic bench outside of the main cafeteria area for when it's like sunnier weather. It's kind of overcast today, but the two of them seem to have like sequestered themselves away to talk to each other there. And when you get closer, you see the two of them. Seth's actually pulled out a book and is like just reading in her presence. She herself is kind of like led on her back, like along the actual bench seating, looking up at the cloudy sky, and she seems to be talking to him absent-mindedly, and he's like occasionally throwing replies back.
I'm gonna like cough politely to announce my presence, just in case they're talking about something they don't want me to hear.
Yeah, you cough. Seth kind of stops what he's doing, puts the book down as his sister sits up. Seth looks at you. Clara, can I help?
Perhaps. Are you doing anything right now?
He takes a little mark out of his pocket, puts it in the book, closes it, says, not particularly. His sister sits up, raises an eyebrow and says, we were having a conversation. Seth says, no, you were talking at me.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, Ashley.
She kind of just rolls her eyes and says, it's fine. He's a wall anyway.
Well, I'm frankly not. And, well, there's quite a few things I could use some help with. If you also want something to do.
Yeah, sure. What are you thinking?
Well, I'm setting up a club in school, and they've given me some rooms that are frankly horrific looking. I'd like to get them a little bit fancier before club day. So I have some pieces of equipment that need to go in there, and some books I can set up. Mostly, I really just want to paint the walls.
Ashlyn nods, kind of sits up and says, well, technically your competition, as I'm head of the gardening club, but I think it's all good.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, there's probably going to be significant overlap. The Flan Club is all about caring for monsters and creatures that people may not have obvious reasons to understand. Kind of like how adept gardeners use insects to help get rid of other pests. I'm sort of expanding that idea.
Ashlyn nods and says, I can see how that might come in handy. Come on, Seth. And she, grabs his hand and pulls him to his feet. And Seth is like, well, I was going to say yes, but it seems I've been told yes.
If it makes you feel any better, I was hoping you might take some pride of place here. I mean, I'm probably just going to paint the other walls, maybe just I don't know, maybe a nicer neutral, and maybe a green accent wall or something. But I think it'd be really nice to have a mural. And I'm an okay painter, don't get me wrong, but you're the first person I think of.
Well, that's flattering, honestly. Yes, I will. That has worked. What do you need? Well, you need a mural. Okay.
I'm giving you artistic license, but the club is about caring for creatures and things that might be a little unexpected. Whatever direction you choose to take it in, I'm sure it will work. But I just want to have a good first impression. I feel like this idea is already going to freak some people out. And so having something that looks nice might encourage more people to stay and hear me out.
Walking and talking with you, Ashton says, I could have the club do some potted plants, add some greenery to the room before you can get some animals in that you are interested in. Just a little bit of life might help.
That would be lovely, actually.
Yeah.
If you have anything that, I suppose, a little unusual, I think I'm only going to have to manage at the start by capturing people's attention. So, these are all things that I thought might help. And, of course, if anyone does turn up and is taking an interest in interesting plants or other sorts of things, I'll make sure to point them your way. This is a collaboration. You might see us as competition, but there's significant overlap here.
Ashlyn shakes her head and says, don't mind me, I'm mostly jesting.
But thank you. I appreciate your help.
You head up to the room. Seth starts tracing out some designs on a piece of paper. It kind of sits cross-legged on the floor in front of the wall and starts drawing out some just on a piece of paper, some templates of what he might do, how he might use the space. Ashlyn will help you out with wiping down the walls, drying it off, getting a new fresh coat of paint on it, getting some cleaning supplies and stuff, and cleaning up the indoor space.
Nice. Yeah, I think that will probably take up most of my time. I'm going to move in some of the books I got from the Witch's Nook. I won't take the slimes over. I'll take them over on the actual day.
Yes.
Because I like having them close, my friends. But yeah, I think just setting up the room, getting it repainted, getting some things in there.
Cool. Right, that's how you spend your Saturday. We've got Caliban, we've got Uther.
I definitely don't know how I'm going to spend.
Okay. Caliban, do you want to, like, obviously the newspaper had that article in it. I don't know whether Caliban would be interested in it at all, or, like, just pick up the news from what people are saying, because it's been discussed to death probably in front of you. But I don't know whether it interests Caliban or not, this automaton and the Central Empire stuff.
10 automatons just like taken down.
10 automatons, 3 taken down, 7 heading south, might head towards the Vangi, might head towards the eastern sort of confederation of settlements. You'll probably get a letter from your dad about it at some point, Caliban, as to what the family position on all of it is.
Is it an Azalea? They're not Azalea.
No, the
machine,
automatons,
are they?
like, predate, well, it doesn't predate recorded history. It's from a point in history that's kind of, like, been destroyed. The records were kind of broken, probably by the automatons themselves. There's, like, a big war with them. They're usually completely inert, but now some of them have woken up.
Ah. Alright, yeah, I'll expect a letter.
Yeah. As you're kind of sat pondering it, after most people left, there is a knock on the door to the shared dormitory space that you're sort of in. Someone waiting outside.
Oh, I'll go open it.
There is someone from Immense that maybe you've seen around, but you don't particularly recognize. Individual by the name of Kyle, or at least that's, he puts his hand out and says, you're Caliban, right? I'm Kyle.
Shake his hand. Kyle Tulak?
Yes. Yeah. I'm from Class 1.
Oh, one of Mistel's teammates?
Yeah, that's right. Would your class want to get together and do something with my class at some point soon?
What spurred this on?
Can I come in?
He just like turns around, see if there's anybody there. Just like,
No,
nah.
just be
Like,
the
sure,
two of
come
us.
in.
Yeah. Heads inside, heads over to the breakfast bar, takes a seat, turns to face you and says, you heard we lost Ellie.
Out of character, remind me.
So Mistel's class, one of the students perished on their field trip. That was Ellie Voss.
I don't know the exact details, but
He nods, just says, it was suggested to us that we talk as a group to professionals. Myself and Aidan, we did. Mistel did not, except she joined us yesterday evening. Look, I don't know. I know that you two have been working together on a project.
mm-hmm.
I feel like it is hard to connect to her, and I don't know whether having you and the rest of your class around might assist in that. She seems to open up, or seem to have opened up more after spending time with yourself.
I'll talk with the rest of the team about it.
Yeah, that obviously, if it's not possible, that's fine. She's a good person. She's just difficult at times, and I don't know. Thanks for listening.
No problem.
He stands up, says, I thought you'd be stiffer, more, I don't know. I thought you'd be harder to talk to as well.
Well, given the circumstances, I can be a little bit more lax.
Right. Next time I should bow, call you Lord Von Halick.
That will not be necessary.
See? I guess you're a bit more relaxed. It's good.
God damn it, Capri. Okay, yeah. I'll speak with the team.
And you're in the fencing club, right?
Yes.
You should invite Mister. He pats you on the shoulder and heads out without adding anything to that.
Very well. Take care.
Callum, he's sort of left. He just kind of whizzes in, has the conversation, and leaves. You see that he's eager to not make a fool of himself in front of you. It's like you get that feeling of like, I do not know how to handle Caliban and his ilk, as it were.
To be fair, the rest of the team doesn't know how to handle Caliban.
Caliban does not make it easy yet.
We know how to handle him, which is with no respect whatsoever.
And he is more than happy to return the favor.
And lollipops.
And lollipops. Lollipops is the real answer.
Yeah.
He just gets so docile when he has his favorite.
He gets little treats.
That was
Uther,
such a perfect response, by the way.
do you have something you want to do that Saturday, Uther? Oh, you're muted. You might know, but
Yeah, it helps if I hit the button. I hadn't started talking yet. I was just about to. I think what I would have done Friday would have been getting my shell updated at some point.
oh yeah, adding a keyword to it. 'Cause you guys are on 3 now, right?
Yeah. Wraith Step is what I think I was going to go for this time.
Oh yeah,
Since,
the intangibility.
Echo is not available yet.
Yeah, you guys have put in for Echo to be a shell keyword, so that's with the sort of, oh god, why is my, the workshop students, but it would take a while for them to be like, okay, this is how we get it to work.
Yeah. So I'll do Race Step for now.
Okay. Great stuff it is. That was your Friday, which would have been easy. You would have gone to the workshop after combat practice and sort of sat with some of the workshop students and sorted that. That's fine. What do you want to do with your Saturday?
I think I'm going to visit Crescent and see if we can get any headway with that.
Okay. Heading to the door. Oh, go ahead.
No weapons, just
Yeah.
like normal street clothes. Just Uther's horrible ass fashion sense. Fucking sweater in the middle of summertime type shit.
Yeah, you head up to the door. Guard there looks at you and says, he would ask for like your student ID, see you're from class 10, nod and say, okay, you're allowed in, and then sort of stand for one side and allow you in through the door.
I'm just gonna knock on the door first.
You knock and you do hear like through the sort of muffled material, come in.
And yeah, I'll open the door.
Heading in, you can see that Crescent was kind of sat cross-legged on the floor in kind of like somewhere between comfy clothes and pajamas. She had stacked all of like a bunch of the like blocks that are for kids way too young for her, and they're like stacked on diamond end, and she's just kind of trying to get them to balance in a tower of what looks to be like impossibly balanced blocks. You walk in and she turns her head and glances up at you and says, "Ah, did you get my art?"
I did. Slightly concerning. Want to talk about that?
Sure. She doesn't seem to, like, she concerning, she, like, cocks her head up. What do you want to know?
Oh, let's start with what got you where we are, so to speak.
She looks at the, like, this impossibly balanced tower and then kind of glances back at you and says, well, I saw it in your eye. Or eyes. There's someone... I mean, come on, you could admit it. There's someone you want to kill.
Even if that was the case, why do you care?
Well, because I know what that feels like. To want to kill someone. To want to know that they won't be here anymore. It's just kind of boring that you're being held back.
Henry, can I do a perception check on the room itself?
Yeah. I assume you're looking for, like, bugs or other things like that?
Yeah, I am looking for bugs, any kind of, like, what I think would be a recording device of some flavor.
11, looking around. Looking at the place, you don't need to look too deeply. You see she's done the exact same thing, and she's been in here with nothing else to do. This room's been tossed and put back together. If there was anything, she's destroyed it.
What do you know about history, out of curiosity? This ties in, I'm sure, but you should be sure, but what do you know?
She leans back, puts her head against the foot of the bed sort of wood, tilts her head towards the ceiling and says, "Dunno, pretty big topic, isn't it? Everything that's ever happened back there."
Fair. Narrow the subject. Have you figured out where I'm from, roughly?
Yeah, you're from Dudicott.
Okay. What do you know about the transitional period?
I know your people were a bunch of scaredy cats.
That is one way to put it. I prefer to view it as a greater likelihood of preservation of culture than just getting fucking slaughtered.
Sure.
Now, as with all large groups of people, no one agrees on anything.
She nods.
So
that seems to make the most sense of anything you've said so far.
So, while the Stark Assembly was pretty much in agreement on surrender being the best course of action, not everyone was.
She nods.
And you can see Uther is doing just like another sweep of the room.
Yes. One more look.
Even though like it's tossed, he knows it's been tossed. He still does. My mother drew her blade against a knight.
Her one eye sort of widens and she says, See? That. That's how I think people should be.
And predictably, a knight's a knight. My mother was a good warrior, but she wasn't a knight. So, in a perfect world, wouldn't have happened. She might have drawn her blade, they might have fought, but, like, the death was unnecessary.
You want to kill the person that took your mum from you?
I, at the very least, want to know I'm better than that person. But I'm just a first year. I'm green. It can't happen now.
And that's because you want to kill him fairly, or whoever it is.
Yes.
She sighs. Why? Why bother?
Why bother fairly, or why bother at all?
She nods and says, why bother being fair? They can't stop you when they're sleeping. Can't check every drink they take, Uther. Come on. You can have what you want right now. So why wait? Why fair?
Because it's what she would have done. It's what she did.
She thinks for a moment and says, wait. That doesn't sound like revenge. That sounds like you want to, I don't know, just be a continuation of who she was.
No, I don't. Uther, I'm pausing because I'm struggling to think. So Uther is definitely just like searching for words.
She sighs, looks away from you, and taps the tower that kind of comes tumbling down. She says, I thought you might be interesting, but I think you might be boring after all, Uther.
That happens sometimes.
Hmm.
I could like I guess it would be easy to, well, easy. First I have to figure out who it is. Then I have to figure out a pattern. Like, I could build an elaborate web and have this person at the center and just, I could do it that way. But above all things, I want to protect other people. This ghost that hangs over me, I cannot allow it to dictate what I need to be. And that might make me bored.
She thinks for a moment and says, well, if you ever decide to be interesting, if you ever led there awake at night and you feel the anger boil again, I'd be happy to help you. And if you don't know who did it, the Glowmite would. They keep records on all the EKs that kill not just miasmic. They're easier to bribe.
Now that is an interesting piece of information we did not know.
She gives you a big smile and says, I'm sure they'd be willing to trade.
So I suppose that means trying to talk you out of further associations after they sent you on a suicide mission is off the table?
As in, you want to convince me to stop working for them?
As what I recall, you were basically given a succeed or die order. They threw you away.
She chews her lip a little and says, maybe that's just how life is.
I don't.
Your classmate was in here saying something similar, I guess.
Yeah, she was mad at me for having concerns about you.
She shrugs. I've seen you looking around this room. We're similar, but not the same.
Well, no one's the same. Everyone has different reasons for everything.
I felt like I was the same as the people that looked after me. I think I might still be the same. I don't know.
Are you the same, or did they make you like them?
She thinks for a moment, says, they showed me a way of living that didn't hurt as much. I preferred that to the way it was before. I don't know if that's them making me. I wouldn't say I didn't choose this. So what are you up to these days? Anything fun? What's going on out there? I'm only allowed little snippets.
Big scary political things happening.
Rolls awry.
Yeah. A lunatic group of revolutionaries is trying to stir up trouble in the city.
Mm-hmm. Paladins, right?
Yeah. That's going to get a bunch of people killed.
Holier than thou stuff always does.
They want to hurt the city. They really need to just do a siege, cut off the train lines, and do that would be more effective than just throwing bodies at it.
She thinks for a moment and says, this city can be pretty gross. It might need a little hurting.
I am not in a position to be able to speak out against the city.
History. She looks
History.
at you. Nods.
I'm either the son of a traitor or the son of a failed revolutionary. And neither one of those gets you a lot of goodwill. So, keep my head down.
She shrugs. I'll keep your secret. There's still potential for you to be interesting. I won't ruin that.
what, giving in to violent instincts is the interesting option?
Doing what you want is the interesting option. If you ask me, you're just afraid of it going wrong. Your mother wasn't.
Maybe she should have been. Maybe I would have grew up with more than stories.
I doubt they'd be interesting ones. She kind of floops back and looks at the ceiling.
Maybe not, but it's what I had. That's why I'm here.
She thinks for a moment and says, I know what it's like not to have someone there. I shouldn't have said that. I am sorry.
It's... I'm going to say it's fine. But... yeah. So... I'm sorry you've winded up here. You did run past everyone and try to get in as far as you could. So, no chance of just running you off.
It's fine. I've got some new art supplies.
I don't know if it matters much to you, but basically everyone agreed that the Inquisitor went too far.
Well, I doubt I would have told him if he didn't do what he did.
I said basically, not unanimously.
You get the impression looking at her that she doesn't hold anything against him whatsoever. From her point of view, it was his life to take. And it worked.
The practical option, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
So now, I have a dumb question.
Mm.
Your little stint beyond the veil there, does that get you out of any outstanding contracts you may have had, or were you in that deep?
There's no codex on me. No need.
Willing. Okay. I'm sure you've been asked, but I have to know. Why is the girl so fucking important?
Give me a persuasion check at advantage, Uther. If I tell you, can you keep it secret to yourself? You can act on it, the truth of what I tell you, but you can't tell anyone else.
I can work with that.
She sits up, recrosses her legs, kind of pats her lap, and says, we wanted you to rescue her. We didn't know it would be you, but we knew someone eventually would take notice. We also knew that she was from the Fjordis family. We hoped that she would be taken home. From there, she would access her family vault. C'est la vie.
and then everything in the vault is in your hands.
In the end, we got what we wanted, sort of, but I guess we had to use up the cover of one of our, well, your major domo, whatever his name is according to you.
The one-armed guy, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Oh well.
That seems like it would have been the easier play than the kidnapping, especially as long as you had her.
Yeah, but I think it's more fun that she would have taken all the stuff, and who knows what else other damage could have been done during that time. Besides, it's a noble family. Who cares?
I mean, the girl's parents cared.
Yes. Well, you got what you wanted.
Fair enough. Anything you want that isn't on a contraband list?
She thinks for a moment. Will you visit me? More often.
Going to try to work on me?
No, I just like having someone to talk to who isn't, you know, averse to talking about assassination.
Yeah, I can probably do that.
Well, I'll see you again.
Yeah, I get to try to figure out how to convince my friends to go on a questionably legal operation. Smiles and then gets up and dusts himself off.
Just tell them
Have
the truth.
fun.
They care about you. They'll do it. That's how family works.
You know I can't tell the whole truth.
I didn't say tell the whole truth.
Try to have a good night, and I will walk out the door.
She throws a block at you just to try and catch you off guard. Give me a dexterity saving throw, or however you want to react to it.
Duck and cover.
It like sails past you as you duck slightly. It bounces off the wall. She says, "Get you next time."
Not without that little knife of yours. And
Hey,
I'm gone.
Depth perception is hard for me. It is Saturday evening. You're all back in the dorms. What do you guys want to do? Do you guys want to lock in the choice of missions, or it seems like most of you agreed that you want to do the Glowmide warehouse stuff and so on.
Ed here will cast her official vote for number 3.
Yeah, same.
With that, we already have a majority.
Yeah, Caliban, I assume you're cool with the Glowmide stuff as well. Finishing that off.
Caliban is dead.
He did say be right back 2 minutes. So I don't know how many minutes that was ago.
Oh, gotcha.
He's still muted.
He just perfect timing.
Literally back now.
Hi.
Hey, everyone's sort of casting their vote for what mission they want to do at the end of the month. It seems there's basically a majority for 3, but I just wondered what Caliban and Uther were.
Yeah, might as well.
Yep. I assume Uther, no.
No complaints.
Okay. I will say that the other mission, so the Vangi one, which I think people were interested in knowing who will be assigned to, is assigned to Andrus's class.
Okay.
When do we learn that? At the same Saturday, or?
If someone like basically ran to like tell Axel, hey, this is our choice, he would say in response, okay, well, the headmistress is going to assign it to class 2.
In that case, just as a point of reference, they would of course I think most likely via Adira, inform their class, hey, if they want anything, we have various things we can offer to support, might, and so on.
Yeah. Cool.
And I will approach them probably Sunday afternoon once I come back in from the city.
Sorry, you will approach them, as in you will approach Andrus.
And Andrus's team.
Okay.
As an entirety.
Yeah. Understood. Sorry, I need to pop to the bathroom, but I will be right back.
Yeah, and I'll use that opportunity to not drop it. Oh, children, sorry.
I hope he pauses the stream before I start talking about Silk Song while he's gone.
Hold. I've got the stream open. Let's see where he walks.
Oh,
off.
I think, yeah.
Picture that.
God, I am so fucking delayed. Oh no, he just deadass got up and walked away. Stream's still running.
Okay.
Share stream, share react.
So nobody say a slur.
I wonder when we start trying to take Fireball and we craft it so that the area of effect is condensed, but it does so much more damage.
So what? Go from a 20-foot circle to a 10-foot circle?
Mm-hmm. And upgrade to like 12d6.
I was about to say, do you want to upgrade the dice or do you want to add more dice?
More dice.
More dice?
I'd say, because if it's 8d6 at the start, I think adding half of that again might be interesting. Half or 3 extra d6, so it would be like 11d6.
Okay, I'm going to just point out here, though. Make it a single target spell. Just fuck that thing in particular.
So what was it? About? Like Fireball 11d6. What?
I think the hard part of editing a fireball, like proportionally, to just be like it hits half the space, it deals like 50% more damage, is Fireball is designed to be overtuned within 5e anyway. Yeah. So you hit some funky stuff where it's like, because like Shatter is a 10-foot circle of 3d8, and then you could upcast it to a 10-foot circle of 4d8, which means that even if you, for one spell slot more, pushed it down to a 10-foot circle and made it 8d8, it would be twice the value you would get from upcasting Shatter, which is crazy.
Yeah,
But it still can be done, right?
I would have to think about how I would value the size reduction to the damage dice. Because I do think 8d8 is more on par of what my thought would be of, like, if you want to half it, then you step up the dice.
I would also say that, like, I could try and make it a necromancy where maybe if the damage doesn't increase as much and it's a smaller area of effect, it's still a ball of like necrotic energy that it's going to give something back or cause an additional effect.
Kind of like the Finger of Death rises a zombie, like...
just more Dragon Ball.
Yeah.
It's really weird how there are like a list of spells that they have purposely made better than everything else in their category.
Kind of. I fully understand it from not a game design point of view, but from like a design point of view. If you see what I'm saying, I think it's bad game design. It's good product design. Yeah, yeah.
I mean, to be fair though, it's also fireball,
Yes,
which
exactly.
is fire
Yes,
damage.
that's
It's
and
him, the spell.
Well, oh, you're right as well that fire is like one of those common downsides. Anyway, I am back. It is Saturday evening. You've given in your answer for what mission you're going to do. You've been told that Andrus's class will be going to the Vangi border. Is there anything else you guys want to do that evening before Sunday?
I need to go find it here.
Yep.
oh no, you're in trouble.
I'm in trouble.
I heard someone went out on a little excursion.
I did.
And?
We are going to hopefully have a dinner date next weekend.
Oh, cute. What did he say when you asked?
He said, yeah, we can do that. Maybe have a picnic.
Did you ask him on a singular date?
Yes.
Like, just the one?
Well, I did say I'd like to do it again more often.
I should have written you a script. Okay, I want you to listen to me very, very carefully. When you go on this date or picnic or dinner, you need to be more like, hi, thank you for going on this lovely picnic dinner date thing with me. I would like to date you, not go. Oh,
Shh, not so loud.
maybe I should shout. Maybe if I shout loud enough, he'll hear and you won't have to ask.
And here is clamp a hand over Clara's mouth.
Hold on, I need to make a decision here.
Kill her.
Clara is gonna bite the top of your hand.
The taste of acid fills your mouth as the natural defense kicks in.
It's like a
What?
fucking eel.
Yeah, it's the spirit acid that coats her attacks.
Terminus is just sat on the nearby like clothes dresser, just.
Toad frog.
Dude, you need to tell her how to turn that off. He's not gonna want to kiss her like this.
Hey, don't talk to me. People kiss me anyway. They always think I'm gonna turn into something.
Are
Well-
you?
But they're expecting it to be horrible. He's gonna expect kissing at Hera to be nice.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! What do you mean? You expect it to be horrible? Terminus stands up.
Specifically for this reason, I feel like I've just licked a pavement.
Because you bit me.
I
He's
grew
not
up
gonna
around
use his
animals,
teeth.
Hera. Don't stick a hand near my mouth. I'm scrappy.
Kissing me is very nice.
I'm gonna regret asking this. Do you know how to kiss boys?
Yes, I do.
Terminus raises a hand.
Okay.
I do.
Interesting.
He's had 10,000 years. It's cheating at this point.
I just mean,
She's right.
I mean, good for you. Great. Okay. I'm gonna go wash my mouth out for the next
Yeah.
8 hours if anyone needs me.
Would you like some help? I'm sorry.
What are you gonna do? Rub your pavement fingers across my tongue again?
Pavement fingers.
No, maybe there's something I can. Is there something I can do to get rid of that?
Terminus looks at you and says, Cut your losses, Adira.
We're still friends, but ew.
Fair.
I turn back from Terminus, sort of very straight face, and say to Clara, I'll be going to the library early in the morning. I'll check in before I go.
Okay, that should be fine. I'm just doing stuff around school anyway. I don't have other plans.
It's nice to have 2 days off.
I mean, I guess. I just don't. I don't know. I kind of don't know what to do with them now.
You'll find something. The slimes will help you find something.
Well, I suppose. Oh well. Clara's gonna go lock herself in the bathroom for like 10 minutes.
Yeah. Anyone for anything more on Saturday evening? Otherwise, it's Sunday morning, and you guys get your long rest.
Woohoo!
Back to full health.
Ether, did you ever experiment with runes on clothing?
Clothing?
Yeah.
Uh, stitching is not my forte, but I mean, in theory, you probably could.
I mean, you specialize in other materials, but I had the faint hope that maybe you were familiar with this one. I
Sorry.
might have promised.
Sorry, Adira. A very tippy-tappy keyboard during that.
Oh.
Yeah, I might have promised the little girl in the stacks that I would teach her to get some of the rune basics on some of the materials, and he seemed rather keen on also learning how to do that on clothing. I'm gonna have to look into that one. Thought you might know more.
No, but I can probably help you get started.
Yeah. I mean, I'll have to look into. I'll have to look into some kind of, I don't know, rune stitching for dummies or the like. Anyway, I know the rune symbolism, but who knows what the hell it does in clothing.
Well, first, can you sew?
It can't be that hard, right?
Oh boy.
I mean,
Okay.
I work on way tougher materials in my spare time, and clothing is soft, so it
Oh
can't be that
boy.
hard.
There's something. The phrase "I work on way tougher materials." Yeah, that's gonna end up being the problem now.
This fabric, it doesn't hold shape at all.
What is this nonsense?
So, now...
Yeah.
What about patches? Something that you could apply to the clothes rather than stitching a rune directly into the clothes.
I think I mean, I can make that. I have access to all the materials in the world, but what access to various things will have a little girl that is wanting to experiment with stuff herself? I think that is more the thing here. So I'll have to look into it anyhow. There's not really much of a way around it.
Okay, next question. How basic are we talking?
I mean, he's 6 years old, so it's just about getting started.
Right, but like, are we wanting to like some kind of protection rune, something to just change colors?
Emit some sound, maybe individual syllables, maybe just... I think she was prone to dog barks, so something like that.
This, okay, as a friend, this sounds like you're very close to becoming that distant relative that buys some small child a drum kit and fucks off for the rest of the year.
If it stops the passion, I think it's alright. It's all about learning how to use things and build stuff with them, and then the responsible use of them is pretty episode.
I'm sorry, my brain
You know
is
what?
just like smash cutting to like 3 years time, and like everyone's like walking through the streets, and every child walking by is just like a cacophony of animal noises with every step they take. Just like Empress City filled with like meow 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 meow, like as they like run down the street. It's
No.
just-
If that happens, that means the little girl within 3 years, which means she would be 9 years old at that point in time, would have managed to mass produce these and be fucking rich.
An idea can catch on before anything else, I suppose. But yeah, no, I get you. It's still a success in your book.
Okay, so
And I'm like, he's a fucking billionaire.
Clara wanted me to look into getting a predefined list of runes. Anyway, we can just throw this on the pile. Since this is your idea, congratulations, you've been drafted. Let's go.
Well, I guess more of a cooperation of two missions at the same time. Right. Let's see what we can find in the. Actually, where would we look? I guess either workshop or library. One of these two.
Yeah, I mean,
Any preference on your end?
I would probably start in the library, but that's just me.
Yeah. Yeah, so let's go there. Look for rune stitching techniques or whatever, or just stitching in general, I guess. And
See if anyone actually does this on a semi-regular basis. I would figure cloth is too easy to rip, and it was probably fell out of favor, but I could be wrong.
I mean, I feel like it shouldn't be too hard to experiment with this stuff. All you need is fabric, needle, and yarn. Maybe special yarn, but still.
That's what we're going to need to know is if we're just doing this with a regular yarn, if we need to infuse it with something.
Yeah. All right, off we go. Research.
okay. That would have been a conversation you would have had Saturday, but obviously you can go to the library on Sunday the next day for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If no one has anything else, go ahead and complete your long rest, get back to full health, get back to your hit dice. Those of you who are taking health point pills, you can increase your max HP to 1 so long as it does not go above your theoretical maximum. Or by 1, not 1.
How do we define theoretical maximum on this one?
If you'd have rolled the highest possible on all your hit dice up until this point, that's your theoretical maximum, right? Like if you're...
None of us have that.
I don't think so, no.
Looks at my constitution score, Lamau.
Well, your constitution score is different from the hit dice roll, right? Because, like, if you were level 5 as a fighter and had -1 con, your highest possible HP would be 45.
Yeah, but I'm taking the average and I'm
Yes.
I'm having to subtract 1 anyway, so there's no way I'm hitting theoretical maximum.
No, yeah. You're probably 3 below per level. Something like that.
It's better than rolling the -1.
Yeah. What am I gonna do? Sunday comes around. Do you guys organize anything, or have you got like individual stuff you want to do? Obviously, Dafer and Uther want to go to the library for this sort of like rune project that you're on. Is there anything?
I think during breakfast, Dafer would raise the topic with Clara, and Uther mentioned that Clara asked him a rune list for party purposes. Clara, we plan on looking into some more rune stuff. believe Uso mentioned something about a room that he wanted. Anything more specific that he wanted looking into? Want to come with?
Well, it's in the nicest way possible. I'm not sure I'm going to be much help. I don't really know what I'm doing in that regard. We were at art club, and Seth mentioned how you could make fancy illusions using runes, and well, I just thought, since the two of you seem to be very knowledgeable about them, it would maybe make sense if we had ones that you could write down. You know, like that we knew what they were going to do every single time. Because you have your rune stamps, right, for like stone and things. But if we come up against things that aren't stone, it might not work. But I can paint pretty quickly. So I was wondering if it was possible to get sorts of runes that we could use on the fly and make use of your guys' expertise.
I'm pretty sure for pain, like mulling it over in my head, I would assume the question to Sam, for confirmation on my runic knowledge. Number one, I'm pretty sure the paint would need to be crystal into.
The paint would need, the paint could have crystal in it. That would enhance it, but no, a rune by itself has some low amount of power. Any rune produces like a small effective change in the reality around itself.
Number two, I'm pretty sure that the runes also vary with the material of the paint, or is that more consistent in comparison?
You would have...
I still think it would be the medium more than the paint, but the paint might be a factor. Part of the research or what I have to do.
Oh.
So, there are both of those things are a factor.
Okay. So is it less finicky than with, for example, than the variation between working on wood versus working on metal? Or is it equally as finicky?
I would go as far as to say it is a different kind of finicky. It's one of those things where it's not going to be something you can just pick up, but, you know, in the same way that your metalworking is, like, learning one thing is easy. Learning rune, like, someone saying, oh, I can do runes with metal is way more than someone saying, I can put this rune on metal. Like, there's two different, like, levels.
We're having to get runes that will work on various materials with the medium that we're working
Yes, that's
with.
exactly it. You got it.
Okay. So essentially, we can make combinations of this specific paint with these specific runes will work on this specific material and have this effect.
You wouldn't actually need to worry too much about this specific material. As long as you knew that it would work with the paint, then you would be okay most of the time.
Okay. Oh, okay. In that case, that opens up a nice revelation in that the material that the rune is applied on is less important when you use paint than it is when you use, for example, metalwork.
That is correct.
That's a nice distinguishing factor of like paint runes versus like worked runes, I guess, or engraved runes.
But it's harder to rub out a paint rune than it is to rub out a piece of metal, I suppose.
Yeah,
well, easier.
Sorry, yes. Yeah, other way around.
Engraving will last longer.
Yeah, you got it.
But this isn't a permanence thing. This is a get it done quick thing.
Yeah.
Okay. I fear that might still require a lot of experimentation on our part.
Yeah, you'd have to fuck around and find out.
Oh, God. But hey, at least the experimentation can pretty much be take a piece of paper or take a ton of paper and then just start drawing runes and see which combinations do what. So
it's easier to iterate, for sure.
Yeah. That's really nice. We can just hand Clara like a stack of rune combinations, a stack of paper, and say draw.
I'm imagining like Dayfra sat there with like a piece of paper drawing a shape and getting it wrong and just being like, this is way less wasteful than throwing out a whole fucking sheet of metal. Just flips the piece of paper over and paints on the back. Like, this is great. Okay, you guys are heading to the library. Has anyone got anything particular they wanted to put up for suggestion? Either group activity or otherwise?
Dinner is always
Yeah.
a fun thing to do.
You guys would eat. I just mean if there's like a specific thing. Otherwise, we can go to Monday. I don't mind. I'm trying to make sure I give you guys space to do things that you want to do before
Are we going bar hopping? Does someone want to explore the sewers, etc.?
Yeah.
Was there a guardian-like entity that Atira was interested in?
There was like a guardian feeling that she got from down there, yeah.
By the way, I wanted to go to the library.
Yeah, you can go to the library. Do you mean Witch's Nook or the East Academy one?
The Central Library.
Oh, yes. Yep, you can.
I am not mentally projecting anything about my destination. We are moving. As a player, I get the sense it might be like taking the dog to the vet. He's going to recognize where we're going, and he might not be happy.
Mm-hmm. Well, you can head there. We can't stop you.
Okay.
You could just leave the land. He's stuck there.
No, I am also going to give him a chance to explain whatever I find out.
Where are you going to therapy or the sewers?
I'm going into the city
Yeah,
to
right.
find a piece of information that the very smart blind man told me about.
Very smart.
Blind man. Elias Brain. Blind.
Oh, blind man. Okay.
Twine man.
Twine man is great. I might write that down. Very.
Just a little homunculi.
Just another little EK.
It's a bit Mega Man-y, but I'll take it. Okay, yeah, you're heading into the center of the city. Anyone for anything more? I've got 3 people for libraries so far.
Might as well follow.
Heading into the library with Dayfra and Uther Caliban?
Might as well, yeah.
Or heading into the central library following Atira?
I'll go with the others, just in case Adhira bumps into anybody.
Yeah, you wanna go with Atira? Atira is you're heading out. I guess Caliban sort of catches and tags along.
Oh. Funny seeing you here.
Is it really?
A little? Just, keeping me company?
For lack of a better term.
I won't complain. Helps whenever I get into trouble.
Just making sure you're kept out of trouble.
Stops, sort of narrows her eyes. Did Clara send you?
Why would I have sent him of all people?
I
To get him away from you and keep...
I, unknown to Clara, I repeat that in a very similar sentiment. Why would Clara send me?
Maybe she wanted you out of the dorms?
What, is she in the dorms too? Or is she?
Last I saw her, she was scrubbing out her tongue.
What do you mean by that?
She bit me. She shouldn't have done that.
And she presumed you were dirty?
I may have burned her with acid. Unintentionally.
How?
So, you know how they're like desert lizards? Well, a lot of people call them frog. They're not lizard. They shoot blood out of their eyes. Mechanism? I guess I sort of do that now. Except less blood out of
That
my
doesn't
eyes.
sound real.
Terminus sat on like the little tray in front of your train seats, is kind of just like dangling his feet off, and says, "No, it's real."
Does anyone else see him, or like, are we? the only
You're.
ones who see-
I mean, there is no way Caliban got on this train and didn't instinctively get in the train carriages at the front that are private booths, and no one would have stopped the two of you.
Fair enough. I will avail myself to the luxury of the front.
There's like a little door that separates you out from the aisle. They're like little cabins, basically.
We're in a library.
You're
So,
going to a library.
what-
But...
Oh, we're on our way to a library.
Yes.
Okay.
Terminus, with his like little feet dangling off, looks at you, by the way, Caliban, and says, "So your family looks after that Zemes angel's weapon, right?"
How familiar am I with Terminus, aside from just seeing?
Atira has like introduced the group to Terminus at one point. Other than that, I don't think the two of you have really conversed too much, Caliban.
As opposed to any of the other team members?
Terminus talks mostly to Atira and Clara. I don't think Terminus has really had a conversation with Uther, and like some bump ups with Dayfra. It's mostly Atira and Clara that he talks to, so this is kind of the first time he's really addressed you directly, I think, Caliban.
Okay, so Caliban is like, why do you want to know?
Oh, because I knew Zemes.
Did you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, served under him.
Adira, did you know this?
Yeah, he's mentioned it.
And you
What?
didn't think to mention it to me.
She's...
I just thought he was saying things.
What'd she say?
It's nothing. I thought you were
You,
bragging a little.
Terminus, elaborate on that.
Oh, well, during the war against the Scourge, many spirits were drafted in to fight alongside angels. I served under the company and host of Zemes. I am Decay, and there's a lot of dead things on the battlefield, I'll have you know.
Take it you were useful.
Did you hear what I just said?
Useful to Zemes.
What, you think it's stranger that the spirit of decay is useful as a mess than your bloodline? What, a person? Whoa.
Says the tiny crossman dangling his legs.
Oh, that's funny. If I could find a way to kill you, I would.
Try me, rich boy.
Okay, let's
Now,
not to get crazy.
Pay his
here.
family fortune, I'll dare
yes,
you.
but yes, my family is assigned to take care of. Which one was it? Was it Wrath or Ruin? There's like two of them.
I think Wrath is the blade that is still in your possession. Ruin has gone missing, rather namesakedly, I suppose.
Yeah. Yes, we're supposed to take care of two, but only one is in our possession.
Doubt his spirit would have lost the other one.
Would you have just
Not-
kept it in a vessel the entire time?
No, I wouldn't have touched the damn thing. They scare me.
Then how would you have kept track? You're scared of the weapons.
Probably would have chosen some sort of bloodline to keep track of it.
I've held the sword myself. What's so scary about it?
It's designed to kill the essence of things. I am in essence a thing. I would not like to be killed.
So if somebody was using this weapon and they struck down another person, they would super die?
He thinks for a moment and says, the things the Scourge would make, yes, they were corruptions of creations of destruction things, but the power within them, even if you killed them, there was something there of them. The Archangel's blades, the blades of most angels, were designed to kill what was left over, the power of the Scourge. In some sense, what you're saying is, what I'm saying is, and what you're saying of super dead is correct. You know how sometimes people come back as ghosts? I don't think so. If Wrath stabs you, you're not coming back as a ghost.
But that would involve destroying memories.
In some sense or another. It's not like you wouldn't remember them anymore. You just wouldn't care.
It's horrible.
War is.
Does Ruin do the same thing?
But most angels' weapons, yes.
And there's someone out there with Ruin.
Oh, there's probably tons of angels' weapons out there. It was a big war.
Well, recently. Never mind, just making me nervous.
Well, don't get stabbed. You'll be fine.
Golden advice. What are you laughing about?
Don't worry about it.
Are you an only child, Caliban?
As far as I can tell.
Do you have cousins, other people that could take up the mantle of responsibility of caring for the blades?
Not that I know of. I'm sure there's offshoots of the family, but if none have been taken or selected to uphold these heirlooms, well, they probably weren't even worth the effort.
You have to forgive my curiosity, but why the devil are you an EK? It's a dangerous profession. You might be the end of the line. Not to mention the timer on you having a kid.
That's a good point.
You don't need to fuss your incorporeal little head about that.
But I want it to.
Besides, being an EK is my way of repaying humanity.
Spoken like you're something else. You wish. Kind of like puffs up his little knight armor jacket thing that he's got, like pulls his collar up.
I'm fucking bantering with a rot the spirit.
A rot spirit frog about like 3 inches tall. The train.
Who knows? Maybe I could be a spirit. He's like stretches out his arms and just like wiggles his fingers.
Spirit of overestimating himself, maybe. Or maybe spirit of hopeful thinking.
I'm not taking this from a mushroom ghost.
Oi!
Oh.
I'm more than just mushrooms, and I'm kind of not a ghost.
A fungal phantasm.
Oh, I like that one though. The train pulls up to an area of the city that you've been near it here. I think the closest you ever got was with Andrus. Stepping out, you're in like almost like smack dab city center. You can see the path that leads to the entrance to the Hall of Judges from here. There are law enforcement everywhere. It is packed. There isn't too much foot traffic. The people here are all dressed like they are important officials, like they are rich merchants, like they are important individuals in corporations, and every single person here walks like they know where they're going, they don't look at each other, and they just get on with it. It's kind of like getting sort of like caught occasionally when you're like, oh, which way do I go? Someone will bump into you immediately, Atira. Like, the moment you break from the purposeful walk, you kind of get shunted or rattled by someone pushing past you. The building you're looking for is the sort of like the central library, known sometimes as the Sage Library. Caliban would know where it is, so if Caliban wants to lead the way, he certainly can.
Repeat that one more time.
Caliban, you would know where the Sage Library is, so if you wanted to lead Atira there, you certainly could, as you're like smack dab in the middle of the sea. Okay. Atira just following Caliban, happy to sort of like let him guide you through the bumper car of the city, this section.
Trying not to get distracted by like the analyzing of the flow of walking and how easy would it be actually start taking.
Excuse me.
Give me an Arcana check here, Atira. Most of the people that you see have runes of alarm on their pockets or inside of their jackets. The kind of thing that if someone else's hand goes into their pocket, it basically plays like a klaxon blare. It would be very difficult for you to get away with thievery in this district.
Difficult, but not impossible.
Not impossible.
She loves a challenge.
I'd like to
Anyways.
make an insight check on what
Yeah,
Do
you
have
absolutely...
advantage? Wait. What do you have advantage?
Why advantage, sorry?
Just because he knows the kind of person I am.
No, I think the
I think
reason
it's
they're
a
making
shot.
the reason they're making the insight check is because they know the kind of person you are, right? So they can make an insight check, and you can make a deception check.
All right.
17, pretty good.
Come on.
I think it's the occasional look of like, no, that wouldn't work. Like the like slight like furrowed brow of like, no, wouldn't work. Like, gives it away to you, Caliban. She's frustrated that she couldn't just dip her hand in someone's pocket as you're walking along it here, Caliban.
I don't even think about it.
Let a girl have her thoughts.
I'm sure you can have interest to occupy them.
You activated my trap card, Caliban says.
Stabs him with a scythe.
Roll for attack.
No.
You finally find yourselves in front of it's like a circular Parthenon style buildings, like big columns. The roof on it is beautifully decorated, but it's like a big circle, like a rotunda, instead of being more rectangular like the Parthenon actually is. Huge, wide marble steps that maybe 200 people could stand end to end and walk up together. The doorway into the place is kind of just an archway, because you can walk between any of the columns into the building proper. As you step through the threshold, you feel the atmosphere and air shift as you pass through some sort of invisible barrier that keeps out the moisture and the cold air. You step into a carefully controlled climate for keeping books pristine and intact. There are Gadfellow constructs waiting at the end of every library row. Each Gadfellow is labeled with a topic. Each one seems to be programmed to lead people to books on topics, books of like specific authors, things like that assigned to their specific row. There are little tables everywhere, but as impressive as all this stuff is as you're looking at it here, nothing is more impressive than this. There is this central column. It is like a cone of solid crystalline that extends from the ceiling of the building and tapers slowly down into like a smaller and smaller point as it heads down into the ground, and it disappears below the floor of the first, like the floor of the library itself, like disappears underground. And there is a what I can only describe as a singular computer screen and keyboard attached to this huge column, huge cone of crystalline that sits alone in the center of the building.
I'm going to approach that first. After taking my time to sort of take in the sight of everything.
Yeah. Absorbing it all for a bit, stepping forward. As you step forward towards the middle, you realize the floor has turned to glass. And when you look down, there's like steel work that separates you. There's kind of like a spider's web that you can see between as you look down your feet. But you can see that in direct mirror to the library books above, there are crystal information plates down below. Every single solid style book here is copied onto a crystal slate and inserted down there, and it all connects back to this central column of crystal. All of the information, all of the books attached to one central place, and this console in front of you seems to be able to access the entire library from a single point.
Like to wake it up.
You get close to it. What I described as a keyboard isn't quite accurate. As you get close to it, there are 3 buttons. There is basically wake, sleep, and the central button is roam, as in ROAM.
I would like to wake.
You hit the button, and the screen stirs. It sort of like jolts, you know, like the wave of static gray imagery on a screen. It does this wiggle wave until eventually it snaps into a crystal clear display. The words Sage System appears in front of you, and then it coalesces, and a set of structures appears, says place hand on roam plate, consider query. As in, just think about what you're looking for.
Is there any sort of option or configuration button?
Not that you can see, no, they're just those 3 buttons.
Where's Caliban right now? Is he still behind me, or is he roamed somewhere else?
I think I'd be roaming, just pondering.
Okay. Either way, I'm going to put my hand, reach out, press it against the screen tentatively, and think on the names Morwain and Kale Caliph. A few seconds of silence and followed up turn in lampshade.
As you consider the name Morwain, in front of you there is a flicker of different book titles. You see almost like the system kind of going through it categorically from top to bottom. You see a bunch of different things flick past, but you see somehow the system's like, no, this isn't what Adhera's looking for right now. It eventually pulls up a specific article, a piece of artwork, a sketch of what Morwain might have looked like, a very tall woman, almost impossibly tall looking. Her shoulders are sloped back as if someone's pushing the shoulders down. Like, it almost seems like they're sunken slightly, which makes the neck seem really long, which, along with being quite tall already, gives them this sort of stretched out, elongated, almost alien appearance, despite being perfectly understandable as a human that you're looking at. The dark hair kind of frames the face in a way that just sections of the eyes are visible, and this is all like a sketch work. It's not like super detailed. It's like someone is actively drawing it right now with like a charcoal, like pencil type thing, kind of, and you're watching details get added the more that you pay attention to the image, Atira. Beyond that, a readout of different things starts to appear. They're more summary things as you're looking at them. There's like early life, beliefs, later year stories, like all these different like things are popping up, and they sort of just like, it's not scrolling so much as it like fizzles and shapes into different words and sentences in front of you as you're looking at them. Is there one that you would pay attention to more than anything, or would be looking for?
What she did for a living occupation, like what was she?
As you think about that, the image is like etch-a-sketched, like everything rubs away, and a scrolling text sort of appears in front of you, being written out incredibly quickly as it fills the screen up. You see that she was a sort of a wandering philosopher, would go to different places, visit different people, talk to them, ask them questions. She was known for, there was a thing she would do, she would ask 3 questions. The first question would seem sort of innocuous and unconnected to anything else. The second question would be based on the answer to the first question, and the third question would recontextualize the first question and make them regret the answer they gave to it. So she would sort of lead people with this first question to think that she was eccentric or otherwise strange, but by the third question, the person would realize that she was getting them to question something about themselves without really realizing it. She would like lead them to silence, in a sense, to consider themselves more.
I'll kind of flip through her. How long ago did she live?
She lived right on the advent of the final battle with the goddess. The records that exist of her place her to be probably being born maybe 30 years before the goddess disappeared. And, you know, once the goddess disappeared, records get really bad, but she probably survived the passing of the goddess for some time, but no one knows when she actually died.
Any mention of spirit?
Spirits.
Yes.
As you think about spirits, you see that Morwayn has several stories about her convincing spirits and even angels not to fight in wars against the Scourge. Not because she didn't want the Scourge to be defeated, but because when she would talk to them, they would gain the ability to go against what they were. She could convince spirits of fire not to burn things, and she could convince angels not to obey the goddess.
I think back to the dream I had last night. Was that woman like more?
As you think back, the screen shifts in front of you. It just says yes.
What do you mean?
as you think, oh, does this woman remind me of my dream that I had, this thing that I saw? The screen in the library, everything else disappears, and the word yes is in the middle.
And here it takes a step back.
The screen blinks clean as your hand comes away from the roam button for a second, as you like take a moment to catch yourself, and the screen is just inert on this is the sage system. Press this button to wake it up, press this button to make it sleep, place your hand on the roam panel and think about your query.
Okay. Thoroughly unsettled. I'm going to put my hand back on the roam button, or wake and then roam, and ask, "Are you?"
Ask what?
What are you?
I am the sage system. Can I help you with a query today?
Are you alive?
I am the sage system. Can I help you with a query today?
Kale Caliph.
An image of chubby, smug-looking dude, like real, like shit-eating grin. He is wearing way too much jewelry and finery and things like that. And you see all around him bird cages with things that Clara would call friends in them, I would say.
Friends.
An article kind of comes up, different things like merchant, crafter, visionary, luminary, all these different words start coming up. I don't know if there's anything in particular you'd be looking for.
I want to look into, like, his wealth. Like, did he run a menagerie? Is this Hubblebee? Is this world's Hubblebee?
It's Hubblebee Bettergran! No. As you're reading through it, this guy pioneered summoning magic. However, he fundamentally misunderstood summoning magic and believed you needed to have a copy of the thing in order to conjure it. So, he went about collecting as many things as possible and putting them in a vault so that he could cast a spell to conjure it. What he believed was it was creating a copy of a thing he already owned. What was actually happening was his belief in that would change the spell because it's kind of based on your intent and idea, and therefore it would summon a thing that looked much like the thing he already had, because that's what he thought was happening. On top of this, he created several artifacts that are kind of akin to Pokeballs, in which you could capture and contain a living being. It then goes on to state that there was some controversy because it turned out you could put people in them. And it further goes on to state that he was able to contain spirits and may be the progenitor of lamps and other vessels for spirits.
Now, he was born much after Morwayn.
He was born not long after Morwayn, perhaps 10 years or so.
I am going to... Are there any records on his death?
Yes. It states that near the end of his life, he had a change of heart, realized that he had been an idiot, and released everything in his vault. Everything in his vault killed him.
I'm going to speak aloud. This sounds like one of your stories.
Who are you speaking that to?
I'm speaking to Terminus.
Terminus says, don't know what you're talking about.
I am going to think to myself. I wonder if the kiosk will pick up on. I think Terminus probably had a hand in this.
The screen reads, I only know Terminus was there.
Alright, last thing. Any noted interactions or stories about both Moraine and Kale Kala? Did they interact? Anything?
2 months before the death of Kelkalath, Morwain, that's the guy who made the menagerie. Checking spellings. 2 months before the death of Kelkalath, Morwain was said to have visited him to discuss the practice of containing spirits. She believed it was abhorrent and basically went to scold him.
I'm beginning to put the puzzle pieces. I am going to retract my hand, sort of find a chair to sit down on, and I'm going to be thinking for a long... Probably until Caliban comes up or gets bored and is ready to go home.
Yeah, Caliban, you probably don't have much of a reason to come to this central library too often. Is there anything you might look for or be interested in?
Just thinking about, like, is there anything just, like, angel weapons that I wouldn't have known of?
I mean, yeah, there's tons of angel weapons. You probably would have familiarized yourself with, like, the main houses, but you could sit down and, like, look at what rank and file angel weaponry was, or see if there are any others that you might have missed, or... Was there anything in particular,
How
Caliban?
how recent was Ruin taken?
Oh god, before you were born, but, I mean, within the last, like, 40 years, basically.
Is there anything after the 40 years that might have something on Ruin?
Like something written about Ruin in the last 40 years that you could take a look at?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like,
certainly.
between then and now.
Give me an investigation check with advantage.
Right.
The Divine says 19, it would seem. Asking one of the Godfellows pulls out a book for you. It seems to be, in part, like a series of... It's a book about all of the major house weapons. So Wrath and Ruin is sort of in there, basically, Caliban. But it was written about the time you were born, maybe like a little bit before. Flicking to the chapter on Wrath and Ruin, it obviously gives the description that, like, Wrath and Ruin were weapons that were able to change based on the wielder's intent. It does speculate that the blades Wrath and Ruin were designed to be wielded together and perhaps have specific abilities built into that. However, the weapons have been kept separately in 2 different branches of the Von Heilig family for a very long time. It does also mention that the Archangels of Mess would go into battle in armor, but would not spend their time around in armor, and no great family cares for the armor of the Archangels of Mess. It is believed that perhaps there is something either within Ruin or within the wielding of Wrath and Ruin that maybe generates the armor or brings the armor to bear. it notes that in particular, the armor was famed for its ability to adapt to dangers. It would gain resistance to fire after being hit by fire, and then if he was then specifically hit by like cold damage later on, would gain resistance to cold damage but lose resistance to fire. It could nullify some poisons, things like that.
I see. Interesting.
However, it does go on to say that potentially this was just an ability of Zemes and not part of the artifacts he possessed, that maybe Zemes was able or gifted by the goddess to be resilient, as he was designed to be a frontline general in the war against the Scourge, which was every kind of destruction known and unknown to man.
But no clues where Ruin might be.
It does say that unfortunately none of this can be, how do I put it, like, confirmed, as Ruin was said to have been sold to Dogmatic Automotive Industry. However, this was found to be a lie, and in actual fact, your uncle had been tricked. The whereabouts of Ruin is no longer known. There is a statement from Dogmatic Automotive that basically says, there's a statement that's from your uncle that says the representative from Dogmatic Automotive that I was talking to wanted the blade because they believe that the adaptive material might be useful in creating self-forming metals for use in construction projects. If you imagine, you could create like a memory metal, transport it to a place, tap it with some crystal, and it would turn into a house. Like, that kind of stuff. They were looking at, like, prefabricating materials and sending them out.
Gotcha. He just sort of, like, sighs a little bit frustrated. Nothing so far, though.
Nothing concrete, no.
Alright, I'll go look for Adhira. She wants to go back.
Oh yeah, you find Adhira sort of sat thinking to herself.
Oh,
Alright.
Caliban. Hi.
You good?
Yeah, I'm good.
Alright, ready to leave when you are.
Right, then let's head back.
You exit the building, leaving the spire of crystal behind, leaving the pillars and the marble and the business people and the wealth. Get back on the train and start heading back to the academy. Dafer and Uther, what's the priority on your study on runes right now? Is it like the stitchwork stuff or the paint stuff, or are you like splitting it between the two of you?
I mean, my priority would be the stitching because emotional attachment to little girl outweighs everything.
Mm-hmm.
Then I can start on the paint stuff.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I think just both give me Arcana checks with advantage. I think that like you're in the library, you sit down. I don't think there's anything in particular I can. 22. Nice.
Arcana.
What is going on?
What?
We are
That is.
we are in our hyper
aligned.
fixation.
Do we get combo points for this?
Good combo.
I think if Sam decides not to reward the same number 4 times in a row, that's his mistake to make.
Yes.
Roll20's weird.
Give manifest ADHD.
Sam, hello?
Sorry, I'm
Ah,
changing.
Figuring out what to give us.
I'm just changing things around
Okay.
so that I've got the right clocks on my screen rather than anything else.
Just changing the settings so you guys can't roll 2s anymore.
That would backfire.
Just
oh
like-
no, because then wait, would that stop 20s? I'm just trying to work out what's going on.
It'll only get worse as I gain rogue levels.
That's true. And that's just true anyway. Okay, so both you sat side by side, able to compare notes, able to like, you know, sometimes when you're like, I definitely am overthinking this or reading this wrong, can you read this for me? You like swap books, read it, and give it back, and you're like, explain like, oh yeah, it's just this, and then like the two of you get past each other.
Alternating rubber duck positions. Got it.
Exactly, yeah. I'm gonna say I'm gonna add 2 to each of your clocks. I'm just trying to work out which one's which. As it's time for a little bit of a project clock, I think. Oh, I accidentally rolled for a random side instead of choosing a side. Well done, I rolled a 0.
Fascinating.
There we go. You guys can write on this, right? Do you want to choose a side each and just write which clock is which as to whether it's the thread or the paintwork?
I completely I was zoomed in so far, I completely forgot there were clocks on the side.
Yeah, no, I've just been fiddling with it, getting them set up. I had to move one of the larger clocks out of the way.
We're using, what, these two?
Yeah. It's the ones with, like, sort of
correct.
glowy segments.
Alright, text. What color is my... What is that? Orange? It's orange.
Can you change the size of it, or do you need me to do that?
I don't have that color option yet.
But yeah, you're 2 pips of, what is that? A 1, 2, 3, a 6 pip clock, so about a third of the way there.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, yeah.
About a third of the way there before getting something that you can call like a basic understanding to work with from there. But yeah, I mean, you know how this works. I don't need to re-explain it to you as to like learning the materials, learning the shapes, working out what you can do with it, what you can, stuff like that. That leaves you, Clara. I think you've got your Sunday, and obviously I'll come back if anyone's got anything to say. But Clara, what was it you wanted to do with your Sunday, if anything?
Oh, good question. I'm gonna sit down with the slimes.
Yeah.
I'm gonna sit cross-legged in front of their tank, and open the lid slightly. I will give them like some food. Like I'll make sure I put in a piece of something I know that all like each of them is gonna eat.
Yeah.
And I'm just gonna like basically press my nose up against the glass. Guys, I feel sorry for you that you're all trapped in here. I want to do something fun, but I don't know what you guys like.
Who's this kind of, they do their stand up tall to sort of say hello that they're communicating. Do we have names for all 3 now? Because I know we changed the name on one of them. Is Tabasco?
Well, one of them just said they didn't like their name.
Yes, that's true.
I never renamed it because I couldn't find out what it did like.
I think the fabric ooze, yeah, the thread, the textile ooze, I think is probably the best way of doing it. trying to work out how I, as an ooze myself, would communicate this. It starts pointing to lots of different objects around the space you're in, and then like pseudopods like gesticulate in all different directions.
Oh, you guys just want to test some stuff? And I can bring some stuff for you to test.
All three of them.
I'm just gonna like wander around the room and just grab up like things I don't particularly mind getting either slimed or consumed.
Yeah. You watch as you place the objects in. The three slimes kind of take up a semicircle around the objects, and they get to categorizing them, checking them, giving them to each other. Sometimes the textile ooze will pick something up and know to hand it to the magma ooze. Sometimes they know to hand it to the metallic one. You see that they all seem to understand what the other one wants, and then for other things they sort of like hand it back to you over the top of the glass lid and just like drop it on the other side. But they seem to have a really good time categorizing things in front of you, Clara.
Oh, I want to try and find. Let me try and think of like. I'm gonna get out like probably just like a piece of jewelry or something, like something that has two distinct parts, like a metal chain, and then like the gemstone. And I want to give them something that has like constituent parts and see what they do with it.
You watch as Metallic Ooze kind of grabs it first, with the metal chain taking up most of it. It's sort of like there's like an excitement from it. You see Clara as it reaches forward, takes hold of it and starts like fiddling with it. It's like, well, this has got like a fabric part to it, which it like you watch it takes it entirely into itself, like rotates it around. Interesting enough, it puts a pseudopod out and connects to one of the other oozes, to the textile ooze, and then the two of them kind of are against each other at this point, with the object kind of half sublimated into each of them. You watch as they then separate away. There is a fresh ooze core left behind between the two of them. A ooze egg. They then completely disassemble this piece of jewelry bit by bit until they've got all the pieces they want, and then throw you back the gemstone.
Thanks. I mean, this is the part that I might want to keep anyway. She's gonna look at the ooze egg.
Mm-hmm.
What does it look like?
It looks like, how do you put it? Like it looks like it's wrapped copper wire, but jiggly.
I love how it's like how much of me investigating the slimes is just Clara basically talking to herself to like anyone else who walks past. That's a new friend. Do you need them for something here?
The two oozes kind of like stand tall, and then they point again to the pieces that they have in front of them, to the chain and the like fabricy parts that they're still sort of picking at. But yeah, they just sort of gesticulate back to the object that you gave them.
Oh, yeah, I can keep this one for when the new slime arrives.
And they push what's left of it back towards you.
Thanks. I'm gonna scoop it up and like put it on my bedside table or something so I don't forget.
I would also say you would notice that the two slimes you got earlier, so fabric and metal, they've increased in size a little bit compared to the magma slime, and compared to when you first got them. They're a little bit bigger than when you first got them, in terms of like the effluvial sense of themselves. The core is still the same size, but...
That's gonna give me some pause. And Clara's gonna take the top of the slime container off, and she's gonna like very gingerly like stick her hand in. I don't know if you can like feel me without it hurting. Maybe.
The two very, very hot pseudopods do approach you. The magma slime seems to understand that that would hurt you and doesn't.
What did the other two do?
They check your nails. One of them kind of like runs a pseudopod underneath the nail to see if there's anything like underneath your fingernails, basically. They like run their like pseudopods along the fingers and like take the shape of it. After they're kind of done like inspecting the hand in general, one of the oozes puts out a pseudopod, and it is kind of like roughly shaped like a human hand, and it like puts its pseudopod hand towards you.
I'm gonna shake its hand.
You can feel the confusion through the ooze, but it does it.
Oh, sorry. I'm just gonna, I suppose, like hold my hand out back to it.
Yeah. They like a series of like poking each other at this point. Basically, they just seem to like, you know, it's like you poke them, they poke you, sort of like.
Mm-hmm.
They seem curious, okay. I guess, but not understanding, I suppose, in some sense.
Makes sense. Well, now you guys know what I feel like. I feel bad. Clara's gonna like dip a finger into the little bowl of water that she had in there, and she's gonna very quickly move it and poke the magma slime.
There is a hiss, as you know, Leidenfrost, where like there's a brief moment where you don't feel any heat. It you know, it doesn't react negatively in any way. It doesn't diminish either. It seems to understand that you wish to make contact. So it sort of like it gestures towards the water to put your hand into the water.
Oh, sure, yeah, I'll do that.
And then it like uses its pseudopods to sort of like explore your hand like the other ones did, but obviously at times it's a bit uncomfortable, but you don't burn yourself. And then it too can make sort of little like pseudopod copies of your hands. It actually seems more adept at the other ones. You're not sure, like you kind of get the feeling that Tabasco is maybe like particularly intelligent as a slime, maybe. Like it seems to be more there's that curiosity, but there's also a feeling of understanding from Tabasco, Clara.
I suppose I would have no way of knowing this, but I'm going to ask the question anyway. Would I get the impression that that is because Tabasco as an individual is a little bit more like insightful, or is it that magma slimes are more insightful?
Yeah, it's difficult for you to tell. You're like it feels to you. It feels to you like very much like a personality thing. So it feels more like it might be Tabasco itself as an individual. But you're right, there is some possibility that maybe for whatever reason magma slimes are more intelligent. It could also be the fact that Tabasco was like in this underground city with the spirit infusion a little bit. Well, I guess he wasn't. He was kind of off to the side of that. But it could be the proximity to the machinery, or maybe more life experiences is possible too.
That makes sense. I'm gonna retract my hand out of the water, satisfied that I have now somehow succeeded in petting the slimes
And a new potential slime.
and a new potential slime. Yeah, I will go back about my business. Probably gonna go like if I have extra time, just go and continue painting to get that ready since everyone else is out.
Yeah, you go into the room to paint. You would see that Seth has outlined what he wants to paint sort of on the walls. Looks like he's gone for tree trunks from the Heaven's Pillar with some of the animals you described to him sort of like in the environment around it. So like amongst the trees basically. And these like tall wood with like outlines of vine and moss and things like that has been sort of sketched out on the wall for now.
Awesome.
Is that everyone's Sunday? Is there anyone wants to throw at me more than that?
When I get back, I would like to find Andrus's team.
Yeah, you certainly can. Andrus, Taruru, Casper, and Niall. There we go. Andrus looks up at you and says, "It wasn't today, was it? It was next week, wasn't it?"
No, next week. Next week, indeed. I was wondering if you and if the rest of your team was around.
Yes. Yeah.
I'd like to ask them something. Have an instructor told you what mission you'd be taking?
Something about the Avangi border. We haven't looked at the documents yet, but
Well, it's something to do with one of the miasma that has been in the area. Would you be able to get the others?
sure. I mean, he wouldn't be far from them, so he would just kind of yell for them, and they would potter over. Casper says, "What's this about?"
Well, one, I hope you're all having a wonderful Sunday. Two, when you look in a dossier, you're going to notice mention of a creature, a somnic, which I have also just now found out about. I'm going to admit, part of what it does intrigues me. And if at all possible that it's a divergent of its kind, I would be willing to strike a deal and offer my aid in any way you might deem necessary in return for nabbing a piece of its shell.
Niall raises an eyebrow at you and says, "What purpose or need would you have of invading someone's dreams?"
I'm trying to think how she would say this. I believe the utility being able to enter a form not quite a human body, something more fluid and, well, accessible to higher realms or different realms, would be interesting in my study. Necromancy, as well as the further observation of spirits. It could also not do any of it. Well,
The three other than Niall kind of look at each other like not really understanding. Niall tilts their head, looks at you, Atira, and says, "You think the ethereality will allow you to get closer to that of a spirit in terms of nature? Is this because of your lamp?"
it is indeed because of my lamp.
I see. Niall nods and says, "It'll be dangerous, but if it isn't too risky, we'll give it a go."
Do value your own safety if it comes to it. But in return, I will help. I will try to make something that should give you some protection. I should have a knowledgeable guide on how to handle such matter.
Niall says, you have rune carvers in your group, yes?
We do, Dafa.
Niall reaches into like a little utility belt at their waist that they have and pulls out a crystal and says, this is a defensive crystal I've had for a while. After fighting against yourself and Dafer, I was wondering if I could get it inscribed with some of the runes Dafer keeps on their gauntlet and greaves, the protective ones. It already casts a spell to shield myself. I just like a little help staying up in fights, as it were.
Of course.
I have no idea what it will do, but it's worth a try, right?
Indeed. I will hold my hand out.
Hands you a shield of faith crystal.
Okay. I thank you for your understanding and your to hear me out. How many more days do we have until we go out? Like 2 weeks? 3 more?
2 weeks, 1 week, something like that. It's like 1.5 to 2 weeks, something like that.
I'll get it to him right away. Take care, everyone.
See you next week.
She heads out.
And you hear some conversation as you're leaving. Give me a perception check if you want to try and listen in. You only hear, did she say necromancy?
Could have gone worse. That could have drawn a much harsher reaction. These are all people of reason. I will stop by and hand this up. Dave.
Okay. Yeah, you hand Dafer the Shield of Faith crystal and I guess give the request.
I will explain when it comes from Niall. He seems to have a lot of respect for your work, and he see if you could add him any extra protection for staying up.
Man, the workshop students got a
Sorry,
fizz.
I
Oh
said-
my god.
You got some fizz there, buddy. That is roughly where I would like to leave the session. I don't know if there's anything anyone wants to add, but we can pick up Monday next week if not. Obviously, ISO has something to say about the crystal, but...
ISO's been going through it today.
Yeah, it's been
Yeah.
tough on ISO. I can imagine it's frustrating, but...
You guys have it a lot in Germany as well.
Yeah, we did in Berlin. I mean, we had it here until we upgraded our net as well, but geez. I think that's mostly because we stream stuff pretty much constantly. We both like background noise, but...
Stream is down?
No, stream's still up. I'm just waiting to see what ISO has to say, if anything.
Giving ISO one last chance.
Yeah. I may as well try and get one saying at the end here.
I will say though, going to another combat student over a workshop student has to tick someone off.
I think because Dafer has that very specific rune that isn't known as sort of a local thing, it's a little less weird. Because obviously if it was like general defensive runes, then they would absolutely just go to a workshop student. But like being like, hey, workshop student, steal this person's cultural identity. Like, that's not quite what I meant, but you know what I mean.
My eyes.
Let's
I
see.
just changed a Discord setting and my eyes are burning now. Oh no, go back.
From dark to light to light to dark.
I'm trying to find something that's not as bright as just white, but is not pure dark.
ISO, the Shield of Faith crystal was given to you. I don't know if there's anything you wanted to say before I close the stream down, but
I would have actually asked if they wanted any specific tampering in directions of dealing with ethereal creatures or not. Because what I could imagine is imbuing is maybe tuning, if I apply my rune, that with other runes that go more into the direction of ethereal stuff, in the direction of good and evil.
This request in particular, Dafer, from what Atira tells you, sounds more like Niall has a personal curiosity around what the rune you have would do to this crystal. And then maybe later down the line, when they look into their mission, they might have some things to come to you with in exchange. But this seems more like Niall being like, oh, here's a great way of, like, a great avenue into asking this question I maybe wanted to ask already.
Okay. So essentially, this is mostly a Nile-sponsored crystal experiment with, let's apply this rune to a crystal randomly and see what comes out.
Yes, that is entirely what Niall was saying.
Okay.
Yeah. Right, but...
Turns out it boosts your AC as long as you have the power of friendship.
Oh, shit. It's the end of the session. It's been 4 hours. It's time to kill it and come back to it next week. So, and we'll start with Monday morning.